Okay, let me call a meeting to order. Hold on for 1 second.
And we'll struggle through without a city attorney.
Welcome, everyone, to the September 15th meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Mr.
I'll take it from here, sir. Very good. Let the record reflect Commissioners Soboroff, Johnson, Figueroa, Villa, Kim, and Saltzman are present. We have a quorum. Number one on the agenda is the election of officers for fiscal year 2015-2016. Are there any nominations for the office of president?
Yeah, I'd like to. The city charter requires that the president and the vice president cannot serve any longer than 2 years in a row. The term as police commissioner can be up to 10 years, but to serve as president or vice president can be no longer than 2 years. My 2 years was up on the 10th of September of this year, so it's time for a new president, and I am honored and pleased to nominate Matt Johnson to be the next president of the Board of Los Angeles Police Commissioners.
I second the nomination.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We actually have a speaker card on this item. The red chief.
Well, why don't we do that after we elect all the officers, right, Mr. T-Fank?
We can do that after we elect the vice president also. That'd be fine. At this time, the meeting is turned over to President Johnson, and I'll assist him in the election of the vice president. Are there any nominations for the position of vice president for the Board of Police Commissioners?
I would like to nominate Steve Soboroff for the position of vice president.
Second.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, Mr. President, you can call for the vote.
Can we have a vote, please?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. With that, why don't we have a ceremonial switching of the chairs? President Johnson and President Soboroff will switch spots. Congratulations to both of you. And there.
Let me look at that thing for one last time. Whoops. I hope that doesn't mean anything.
Thank you. And we do have a speaker card on item number one. Ms. Vega, would you call the speaker card, please?
Yes, the red chief Hunt.
And Mr. Hunt, as you know, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, I know. Here's what I got to say. Change is good. The president seems to be African American. I hope he fit the criteria. I hope he here to help the public and really, really be concerned about all of these people here. The Red Chief Hunt don't want to see no more routine traffic stops when people end up dead. It doesn't make any sense. If you're going to be the leader and you're going to lead Los Angeles Police Department and the commission, I want to see action. Great action by your services, sir. And I'm going to hold you accountable for that. And I'm going to hold you accountable to going out here, shaking the public's hand after this meeting's over. That's where it starts. We are the public. Don't ever forget that. These people deserve answers. And when you shake hands, you make friends. And when you make friends, you don't have disruptions. You have people talking about their problems. So I hope you're a problem solver. Democrats solve problems and put people first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
We have one more card, Pete White. Actually, 2 more cards, Pete White and Herman.
Pete White, LA CAN, LA Community Action Network. Now, that is the fastest ascent to presidency I've ever seen. And in terms of a game of optics, if I were you, Mr. Johnson, I would have said no. I don't want to be president. No. I haven't been here in this space long enough. No, you can't put me out front to silence black voices around Black Lives Matter. As Mr. Hunt said a second ago, the pressure will be on you to ensure that our voices are lifted. We are going to look at you today on agenda item number 1 when there's going to be an attempt to silence the voices of folks in this audience. I'm hopeful that on day 1 for you, you will say, we don't need to go in this direction. You should not be the one today. You've sat in the chair, but you should not be the one sitting in the chair today that decides the fate of those who are simply attempting to hold their department accountable.
Thank you for your comments.
Morning.
Good morning.
Who's this? I can't tell.
I am Mr. Soberoff, Steve.
No, who?
Urban.
This is what happens to you when you take the lives of civilians off the streets by murder. We're the murder capital of the world. Have you heard of the news? But we're talking about the matters of what Kate Matter brought to the matter of the LA Times, that the commission, meaning this LAPD commission, cannot and should not mandate that speakers be respectful, courteous, or polite when expressing their First Amendment right, other words known as our civil rights. But again, under this commission, we hope that the respect and the dignity of all civilians, both alive and dead, have the opportunity to the intent of these rules, that it is not to inhibit free speech, but rather allow meetings to be impeded by your disruption, Mr. Soberoff, or any other person, as I have been called out as being disruptive, and now by Mitch Englander from City Hall, the little guy with the big ears, is saying that I am threatening because I'm expressive with my speech under the Brown Act, and you violate my rights under the Brown Act 54950, 54954.3.c, parentheses. Give me a break, Charlie Beck. So these rights to free speech are a serious matter. This is how we express ourselves, those of us who are exposed to crime, harm, death, and death by violence by the LAPD. More training, Mr. Soberoff. Thank you, Mr. Saltzman and Mr. Tiefang. I noticed you out there on Skid Road last week doing your walk in your nice blue shirts. But wear a tie and a suit, because that kind of weather kind of brings the sweat out of us.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any more speakers?
No, that would be it.
Item number 2 is commission comments.
Mr. Tiefang, they need to reset the system, so we need a couple of seconds.
Sloppy writing. I never noticed. I can't read it. That helps.
Just for the public's information, the issue is Channel 35 is not getting audio for the video, so they're attempting to reboot the system so they can capture that. Just be a moment or two.
Comments were in vain. They can record it.
Record it.
We got voice on.
Did you come down this morning early? I left at 7. I left at 7:30. I got here about 32 hours.
To President from Amy Garcia. So when she speaks, this goes to me.
Okay. Yeah, the last call. Yeah.
Mr. President, we do have the meeting being audio recorded. They're having a technical difficulty with the video. It is being audio recorded. I would recommend we continue with the meeting, and hopefully they'll get the technical glitch fixed as to the video is concerned. With that said, we're at item number 2, commission comments.
Thank you. I have some comments I would like to make. Good morning. I'm honored and humbled to have been appointed to the Board of Police Commissioners by our Mayor, Eric Garcetti. I strongly believe that this is the most important commission in the city of Los Angeles, particularly at this moment in history. It's an honor to join my new colleagues, and I thank them for the trust and responsibility they have bestowed upon me as president of this commission. The LAPD is the leader in providing law enforcement services to our diverse community. I'm eager to learn more about the department, and I look forward to meeting as many of the nearly 10,000 police officers and 3,000 civilian staff that provide these services to our great city as possible. I'm equally eager to continue meeting with members of the public to hear their thoughts and concerns regarding the department so I can be an effective representative to all the citizens of this city. I'm committed to working in partnership with the community and the department as I begin this mission. Our city wants and deserves an engaged police department that is equally committed to keeping our neighborhoods safe, reducing crime, constitutional policing, and respecting people's rights. Safe and prosperous communities rely on the work of an effective police department. Police work is incredibly dangerous and often it's incredibly difficult and dangerous, and the overwhelming majority of the LAPD officers perform their jobs in a lawful manner with respect to the communities they serve. Respecting rights and reducing crime are not conflicting goals. The history of Los Angeles has shown us this. The LAPD is not the same department it was in 2001 when a federal consent decree was needed to ensure reforms. Los Angeles exited the federal consent decree with one of the most respected and emulated police departments in the country. Today, the department largely reflects the diversity of the city it serves, has a strong commitment to community policing, and benefits from the most robust and effective civilian oversight of any major city in the country. However, as noted in the Independent Monitor's final report upon our release from the consent decree, the process and institutions that have been created must be nurtured and strengthened by the city family in the years to come. Benign neglect will endanger the hard-won progress that the LAPD has made. When situations occur where police officers employ deadly use of force, there are many important questions we must ask. We must not be quick to judge the actions of those involved. Instead, we must ensure that a proper and thorough investigation is completed and be as transparent as legally permissible when adjudicating the investigation. As a commission, it is our sworn responsibility to make sure that the facts are thoroughly analyzed and a fair result based upon those facts is arrived at. We do not live in a bubble. We can't pretend that what happens in other cities does not have an impact on how our citizens feel, or fail to recognize that we have suffered our own conflicts arising out of police actions.
Anywhere else? What are you talking about?
You're being...
You know nothing. How can you be president?
Excuse me, you are being disruptive. If you would like to... You are being disruptive, and you are going to be asked to leave.
I don't care what you say. You
don't know what you're talking about.
You're an authentic leader. Sit down. You got anointed by your white friend because you gave them some money.
Can you...
That's why
You are being disruptive, and if you do not let me finish the statement, I'm going to ask you to leave.
bullshit.
Go read up on LA.
Read something. How you gonna be president of the...
Okay.
Talk about other
This is your last warning. This is your last warning. If you want to continue to be disruptive, do you want to continue to be disruptive?
You don't know this.
Throw somebody out your first day, huh?
You don't know this.
People already. That's exactly what was said to you.
You don't know this.
When you have the microphone, you speak.
Okay.
You choose not to.
They're using you.
You already talking about
I'm not. I'm giving you every opportunity. I'm giving you every opportunity to stay in this meeting.
Out of anger and frustration. This is coming out of anger and frustration.
I understand.
Let's listen. Let's listen, sir.
They're using you.
Johnson, trust me on this.
That's why you're in that position.
Johnson, listen.
You're being used.
There is plenty of opportunity. There's plenty of opportunity for you to be heard.
That's why you're in that position.
There's every.
You're being used, sir. That's why you're.
This is going to be the last warning for people being disruptive. There is every opportunity.
Johnson, listen. You don't want to do that.
There is every opportunity for people to be turned during public comment.
No, wait. Listen. This is anger. This is coming from anger.
Token, sir.
This is what your commission said.
This is coming from anger.
They're using you.
The city attorney's not here.
They don't run the city.
He's the only one that can do it, sir. We got the product right here.
I'm gonna continue with my statement, and if anybody has any comments, you are welcome to make them. You can submit a comment card and make whatever comments you want, or speak during public comment as well.
Speaking right now, this is our commission. You work
You
for
fell for it.
There,
Surely do, sir. Being used.
Johnson, just
okay, here we go.
listen. Hey, Johnson, trust me on this. Listen.
All right, we're gonna take a recess.
How can you mitigate the law in other cities? They're dying in LA every day, sir. They're dying in LA every day. How you can talk about other cities, sir? Being used.
what you trying to run for. This is a stepping stone for you. You running for something? Please go on.
Go read something, sir. Read up on LA.
Please go on.
Read up on LA, sir. Welcome to the real world.
Don't listen to the general
Run.
public.
Y'all always run, sir.
to hear. I would like to hear what he has to say, please.
Of course you want to hear what he has to say.
Because
Because it doesn't affect your community. That's why you want
I
to
only
hear
live on
what
the
he has to say.
street being showered all night, thank you.
Yeah, that's a personal problem.
So Matt Johnson has just proven he is just a Steve Soboroff with black skin.
That's all. There you go. Yeah. There you go.
There's no name
So
tag.
now they're surrounding us because we're yelling. This makes us a threat, right?
Bias police in the middle, almost 500 incidents of bias police. Not one has merit. Let's do it, Chris.
This is the LAPD's architectural surveillance. Check this out. This is how they spy, surveil, and infiltrate us. This is what they do. When you look at this thing, this is what they have suspicious activity reporting. If you're taking photographs in public, they're going to open up a secret file. They're going to send it to all the other agencies. Then they have the eyewash program. See something, say something. Turning our whole community into snitches. That's what they're doing. You know what happened last night? The Inspector General who bailed out on us, when he released his audit of the SAR program, you know what happened? 31% of these secret files were open in African Americans. Community which is less than 10%.
Wow.
Black in the city of Los Angeles. You know 81% of the see something, say something, and these SARs came from private individuals.
Could that be why they appointed Matthew Johnson as a president?
That's it.
Could that be why?
That's it. That's one of the reasons.
That's what they're doing. And when you look at the IGG, Intelligence Gathering Guidelines, now they can legitimately plan performance in political groups for 6 months.
I feel planted.
They can also take on fictitious personas. Check this out. You can find fictitious personas, fake IDs. People can friend you on Facebook.
Do they call it a ruse?
Yeah, that's the word.
Exactly.
That is the word.
And go to the website, stopfbc.org. Watch the video. How we busted an undercover cop who's infiltrated the May Day marches.
Yes.
Check it out for yourself. Then you have predictive policing, of course, broken windows in action. Same communities under siege, same people under siege, same people acting for justice. That's what they're doing. Then they have the trap wire technology. Trap wire technology, you have these cameras on the street where they pick up your body image, immediately sending them to fusion centers. Then they have the stingray technology that mimics cell phone towers. All right? This is the technology that is being used. Then they have the digital receiver technology, dirt boxes.
Wow.
That can be fitted on airplanes. They even jam cell phones. They can pick up 200 cell phones at the same time. LAPD has had it for 10 years. Then they have the automatic license plate reader. They can follow you wherever you're going. All right? This is what they have. Then they have the drones. The Inspector General has these 2 drones sitting in his office. Guess what North Dakota just did? North Dakota is the first state that now legalized, what do they call them? Non-lethal weapons. Like tasers and
Bullets?
That they never use.
I don't feel safe. They tell me I'm supposed to feel safe with this architecture of surveillance. Hands up, I don't feel safe.
Exactly. And they have the high definition cameras. On and on and on. You know what this DHS memo is? This is a memo that the Homeland Security came out with in July of 20.
to not. If you want to speak, fill out a speaker card on any item on the agenda and come to the podium and speak.
You're not going to dictate to us, sir. You're not going to dictate to us how we proceed.
I'm not dictating to you, Senator Brown.
Just as you know, you're not dictating to us how we proceed.
The other option is if the room becomes disrupted, the room will entirely be cleared.
That we haven't
People are
passed.
dying. People are dying. You think we care about that? People are losing their lives. You think we care about this room? You're not going to dictate to us, sir, how we proceed. You don't have that right to dictate to us. People are dying. You talking about closing the room up. Who cares? We just showed you a whole circle of your killing. Murder. Take your ball and go home. Don't try to patronize us. Do not try to patronize us. You need to shut up. Do not try to patronize us. Yeah. So do not try to patronize us. I don't care what. Don't speak for us here, brother. I speak for me. All right. So what else are we going to talk about? Let's see.
Body cameras.
Body cameras. Guess what? They just started these new body cameras now. And what are the body cameras going to do? They're going to start data mining. They're going to start gathering our information. They're going to start collecting information. That's another source of surveillance, spying, and infiltration. Capture more information on people. Later they come back. Let's see what they have to say now.
Okay, we'll try this again. Call the meeting back to order. I'll pick up where I left off. We do not live in a bubble. We can't pretend that what happens in other cities does not have an impact on how our citizens feel, or fail to recognize that we have suffered our own conflicts arising out of police actions here. Each of these incidents builds on the others and feeds a narrative of us versus them. Each of these incidents, okay, if you're going to continue to be disruptful, unfortunately, we're going to have to clear the room and let everyone back in except for those being disruptful.
Stop reading your statement and be a little more honest.
Freestyle.
Speak from your heart.
Each of these incidents...
Our question. Answer our statement.
Each of these incidents impacts how citizens view the police and how the police view their role in relationships with the communities they serve. All of these incidents have impacted the relationship and trust between the community and the police department. As Chief Beck recently noted, there have been withdrawals from an important account, the LAPD account of trust between the department and the community. With each withdrawal, there's a greater urgency to increase with speed needed deposits into the account. In these moments, we need to take extra care to ensure that the bonds of trust between the police and our diverse communities are secure and strengthened. This has to be done on an institutional level through policies and programs, and on an individual level through the daily interactions of our officers and the public. I am a firm believer, along with both Mayor Garcetti and Chief Beck, that community and relationship-based policing is a powerful tool that, if used fully, can transform the results we can achieve as a city. Now more than ever, our officers need to have a presence in our diverse communities. As Mayor Garcetti said in the last State of the City, when cops and community members don't know each other, crimes thrive. But knowing the neighborhood, knowing the people, building trust, this is the heart of our approach to tackling crime. We call this relationship-based policing. In the near future, I will share some of the specific goals that I would like my colleagues to support as we move forward. Again, thank you for the honor of serving on this commission and being elected as president. Let's continue with the meeting.
Comment cards on item number 2.
Wait, I've got comments on
The red.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Soboroff had a comment.
You want to ask the other commissioners?
Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Soboroff?
Congratulations to our new president, Matt Johnson. I speak for all of his fellow commissioners when I say we are committed to supporting your efforts and looking forward to working with you to help make a great city greater and a great police department greater. Just 2 years ago, I began my presidency with a pledge to emphasize 2 words: body cameras. Similarly, I now begin my vice presidency with a pledge to emphasize 2 words: de-escalation and off-ramps. All of us on both sides of the body cam need to find additional tools to help us de-escalate conflicts before and during those critical seconds where the outcome can be so tragic. From anger management, communication skills, less lethal physical alternatives, training, and plain old respect for one another, there is not one of us in Los Angeles that can't benefit. Number 2, there is one freeway that seems to get faster and faster even though more people are on it. That's the freeway to jail. The on-ramps are very easy.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, but that is the last warning. We have to have respect for the people on the microphone. There's plenty of opportunity for everybody to have their time. If there are going to continue to be disruptions, we're going to clear the room, and those that are disruptful will not be allowed back in. Please continue, Mr. Sobel.
There's one freeway that seems to get faster and faster even though more people are on it, the freeway to jail. The on-ramps are easy for so many underserved men and women and boys and girls, and there seem to be so very few off-ramps. So we must build bigger and more, but it cannot be the sole responsibility of the LAPD to provide them. There are virtually hundreds of service providers in Los Angeles who provide ways off. I call them off-ramps, the freeway to jail. Gang intervention programs, early childhood programs, substance abuse programs, mentoring programs, jobs programs, mental health programs, sports programs, cultural programs, counseling programs, and after-school and parenting programs. We have the service providers in this city who have the abilities, but they are horribly underfunded. Without these programs, it is virtually statistically impossible for underserved kids and teens to stay out of jail. And when they do get out without enough guidance or opportunities, 70% wind back up in jail within a few years. With these off-ramp expansions will come a historic decrease in crime, and without them, I don't even want to speculate on the ramifications. LAPD provides some great off-ramps. The Cadets program has 6,000 participants. We have little free libraries in many of our police stations and all kinds of involvement with schools and sports. This weekend I'm going to a game for my favorite football team, the Watts Bears. If we wait for government funding for all the off-ramps, it will take decades and cost 10 times. We all need to look in the mirror and saying, am I doing all I can? A big portion of the upper 10% doesn't seem to have empathy for the bottom 40%. Ignoring homelessness and gang violence does not make the problems go away. Building off-ramps should be party talk, it should be country club talk, it should be dinner talk, it should be parent-kid talk, because it's cool, because it's prestigious, it should be honored and publicized. And that's going to be tougher than body cameras, but it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
We have 2 comment cards. Mr. Hunt and Mr. Herman.
Let me tell you something about this, what you just said. Actions speak louder than words. You guys' actions, I've been arrested 70 times, sued you guys for over $500,000, and you guys are still making the same mistake over and over again. You never arrest somebody that's working. And this is arbitrarily, capriciously, and facetiously unheard of through Los Angeles Police Department. And the reason why is you can't teach common sense. Your officers has no common sense, and that's what's lacking in the Los Angeles Police Department is common sense. Because whenever you go into anybody's community, you respect them. Have you ever heard somebody getting arrested for working? Have you ever heard of any disruption? Right now, you got my respect, Johnson. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a fair chance. These people don't like you because you ain't shook their hand. Wait. I'm not saying these. I'm saying they don't like you because, one, you guys
This
don't...
is his opportunity to speak.
Wait, one, you guys forgot to communicate. I can call your office. You guys never call me back. You guys think it's a joke. But you can't solve problems joking with people's problems. And a lot of people are angry with that. In the federal consent decree, we need that. We need an outside independent investigation for these people. All that bullshit that you guys are talking about, Bustamante and what's the name, I know because I tried all the programs. But like I said, I've been arrested 70 times. I'm the only one that got the paperwork to sue you guys. So, I mean, I know best. I got Stephen Rhodey to come in here and put it down. You know, fortunately, everybody don't have that. You know, I'm number one when it comes to this. I can sue you guys at any time. You guys' words mean nothing to me. But to correct the problem is something. You know, education is something. Lack of education, you get a whole bunch of bullshit.
Thank you for your comments.
Parentheses C. The legislative body of this agency shall not prohibit public criticism of the policies and procedures and programs and services of this agency, or he that acts in omission of the legislative body. Nothing in this subdivision shall confer any privilege of the public to criticize and confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by the law.
So the courtesy of the law is to respect the law, not to nullify it or impede it for your own protection, but to serve the public. You mentioned it about education. Obviously, many of you have an education far that exceeds mine, but for some reason, my ability to think beyond your small scope is above that. That's why I'm considered a threat, as you consider many here a threat. Don't take the Brown Act, our right under the Constitution by the state of California, to impede our rights, but rather take the time to acknowledge and listen. Yeah, the hackling hurts, huh? It stirs up bad emotions, leads to this type of chronic disease. The skull, death, hatred, harm. Where's the justification behind it? If we would all respect one another's rights just to make our criticism and walk away from this podium, then you would really understand what goes on outside on that street. As I observed Mr. Tiefenk and Mr. Saltzman walking down the street the other day with the police support for the homeless shelters on 5th Street.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any additional speaker cards?
No, sir. We're now on item number 3, report of the Chief of Police, Chief Beck.
Good morning, Commissioners, and congratulations from the department to our new president, Commissioner Johnson. Thank you very much for stepping up and willing to become the president of this police commission at a difficult time. And I want to thank Steve Sobroff for the past 2 years. Steve has been a leader, a friend, and a good partner in bringing public safety to Los Angeles, particularly his efforts on body-worn cameras and a number of the other pieces that have made this a trend-setting police department in the nation. This morning in Mission Division, one of our sergeants was struck by a vehicle while setting up a perimeter for a robbery suspect. I visited him in the hospital this morning. He's in good spirits. He has a broken leg, a number of staples in his head, but he will recover. I passed on the Commission's best wishes to him, and I expect that he'll be out of the hospital in a couple of days. His family was with him. It's his birthday tomorrow, so it was even though it's a sad thing when an accident occurs, he was a lucky man. It could have been very much worse. This Sunday, in response to an increase in particularly gang violence in South Los Angeles, Marquise Harris Dawson, Karen Bass, and Kern Price, along with Chief Bill Scott from South Bureau and much of his command, participated in a community forum to address the violence. It was well attended, about 300 people. I think some good progress was made and some commitment from political leadership to move several of the departments, community policing partnership programs forward on a larger scale in South Bureau were made. So we look forward to that. This was particularly well-timed because of the violence that we saw in August. I will note that this past weekend we saw a substantial decrease in gang violence in South Bureau. There were no homicides in Southeast over the weekend, no homicides in 77th, one in Newton that was gang-related, and only one other in the city. I know that it's difficult to accept any amount of any loss of life, but certainly after a month like August, we were doing much better this past week. Metro has been fully deployed. The expansion of Metropolitan Division, all 4 bureaus have their platoons, and those have been used to good effect by our bureau chiefs. On a discussion of crime, even though we reduced gang violence last week, the city suffered some horrific family violence incidents that took the lives of about 5 people over 3 separate incidents. Consequently, even though we made progress on the gang homicide front, we stayed about the same in increase in homicides year to date. We've had 201 homicides as of the 12th year to date, and that is compared to 188 last year for an increase of just over 6%. Violent crime is up in the city. We had an increase of violent crime of 19.3%. We've been holding steady at 19%, in and around 19% for the last month now, hoping to make some progress on that this month. Property crimes are up 11%. Total Part 1 crime increase is 12.7%. Gang crime in the city is up 16% as compared to last year. Interestingly, gang homicides are down slightly, 3%, but gang assaults are up some 33%. And obviously, gang assaults, particularly ag assaults, are the precursors to homicide. So, we've done well on homicides, but we're still dealing with gang-involved shootings. Traffic collisions in the city were up about 11%. That's 34,000 reportable traffic collisions this year as compared to 31,000 last year. Driving on influence related are up slightly, about 3%. Hit and runs are up significantly, 14.3%. Motor vehicle versus pedestrians that result in serious injury are down slightly, 6.8%. And bicycle involved accidents are down overall, and those that cause serious injury or death are down 2.5%. Personnel statistics, we have 9,910 police officers in Los Angeles Police Department, 2,663 civilian personnel with 614 vacancies in our civilian personnel ranks, 391 levels 1, 2, and 3 reserve officers, 105 specialist volunteers, 372 chaplain, and 372 specialist volunteers and 61 chaplains. We also have 6,150 cadets in our program, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any commissioner questions or comments?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Any public comments?
Yes, we have 3, sir. We have the Red Chief, Prentice Jenkins, and Mr. Herman.
Great. As a reminder, the topic is the Chief's comments, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Well, the topic is the people, sir, and the chief comments is just extra. The crime rate, the statistics, and things like that, basically for you guys can get a budget, and we all know that part of it. If you guys don't have no crime in LA, you guys can't get funding. The second thing is that in relationships to lowering the crime in LA, it's people communicating with each other, and it starts right here with you guys. And however you guys do it, man, you guys need to get control over this right away and start going out to the public, start returning people's phone calls. That's so important because everybody is angry and everybody's upset. And number one, like I said, routine traffic stops should never end up in death. And that's because you can't teach common sense, you know, and I got that from one of you guys. And this is so sad that the statistics and things like that, you guys are arresting people for working. You guys keep on making the same mistake over and over again. And you guys just really don't understand. It's just not about education. The officers that you guys get, you know, really the utmost training and things like that. But on this note here is like, please really understand, you guys don't matter. The police department don't matter. Shaking hands do. And if you don't go out to the public and listen to everybody and write their comments down and research them yourself, you have done nothing. You have done nothing. You have done nothing. So let's start doing something, and let's return calls. Let's stop playing all that bullshit. I'm chief and I can't do this. I'm the red chief. I'm the real chief because I know how to hit you guys in the pocketbook, and that's the only thing that counts because I'm educated, sir. You know, education comes with the dollars and things like that. I can sue you at any time. So on that note, really understand. My staff is great.
Thank you for your comments.
Prentice Jenkins, activist since 1991, publisher of City Life newsletter. Welcome again, Chief. I'm still your supporter, but I'm not a supporter of those cops who killed Ezell Ford. I'd like to play something real quick.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. We are on the road in Denver, Colorado. We're broadcasting from Free Speech TV. I'm Amy Goodman. Colorado is one of a handful of states where hundreds of firefighters, paramedics, police, and even corporate employees are being trained to hunt down and report a broadly defined range of suspicious activities. They're called terrorism liaison officers. The federally supported initiative trains them to look out for, quote, observed behavior that may be indicative of intelligence gathering or pre-operational planning related to terrorism. The list of suspicious behaviors includes taking photographs or videos of no apparent aesthetic value, making measurements, drawings, or taking notes, and conversing in code. The program's gaining traction, and terrorism liaison officers, or TLOs, have been deployed in at least 8 states, including Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, Illinois, Tennessee, Washington, D.C., and Wisconsin. According to the Denver Post, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is advocating for a nationwide implementation of the program, but civil liberties watchdogs have come out strongly against the initiative, calling it an expansion of domestic surveillance. Bruce Finley is with us, a staff writer at the Denver Post. His latest article chronicles the story called Terror Watch Uses Local Eyes. He joins us now from Denver. We're almost...
I'd like to know, Chief, if you have these officers and if they're looking at people's windows to see if you're taking pictures. I can't take a picture of City Hall anymore. They're under the impression that I'm doing something wrong.
Thank you for your comments.
And following Mr. Herman, we do have 2 other speakers, Ruth Sarnoff and Ted Hayes.
Boy, the Red Chief is the highest paid advocate in Los Angeles. Choo choo. But yet, under my CF number 14001646 for the record of 2014, when I was assaulted by a politician at City Hall, no one stood up for me, right? You wanted me to sue you, but I have the integrity not to, but to warn you. But if the matters get any worse by accusing me of being threatening because of my beautiful appearance and the matter of my persuasive conversation with all of you all, let me remind you that in Watts, according to Mr. Harley Davidson Dawson from City Hall and that of Mr. Curran Price, death is on a mojo rise. And I can't make it any more clear what a mojo I'm trying to explain to you about, because I could spell it out. But my first name is usually called Dick. Dick, because Dick understands what goes on in the city when he reads the paper, that black lives do matter. Every life matters. And we're not going to allow the deaths of any person with disabilities to go unnoticed. 54953.2 meetings of disability rights. All meetings of legislative body of a local agency shall have open and public and shall meet the protections and the prohibitions contained in Section 202 of the American Disability Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. Section 12132, and the federal rules and regulations adopted in implementation thereof. I have not forgotten about Mr. Ford and any other person who has died because of their disability. Of your lack of intelligence and education can't make good judgment if a person is disabled or not. Use common sense, because this is what the hell I look like.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. Chief Charlie Beck, the moment you started pandering to these illegal wetbacks and gangbangers and other criminals, and when you started pandering and when you started not enforcing the rule of law, that's when you started having problems.
Opportunity to speak.
Having said that, again, I come here as an independent thinker and as an individual.
Hold on. Pause the clock for a minute. Pause the clock for a second. Wow. Everybody has an opportunity to speak and be heard.
And again, I am not a member of any group. As you can see, I don't come here to pick riots. I don't start riots. I don't provoke. I simply come to speak. And as you can see, I get censored by many African Americans and Latinos. There you go. We're not allowed to be openly free because we get harassed and attacked.
You are being the only person,
And again, as an individual, I cannot speak openly. Oh, okay. Thank you.
There's First Amendment rights. Everybody has her moment to speak. She has her 2 minutes. We cannot have disruptions.
But if I go off topic,
I'm giving everybody their opportunity to be heard. If we continue to be this is the last warning. If there's going to continue to be disruptions, we're going to clear the room, and those that are being disrupted are not going to be last in. They're not going to be let back in. Please continue.
Thank you. Under my First Amendment, which I thoroughly enjoy and I thoroughly respect. That's what I work for. I slept on the streets getting showered all night long as a homeless individual because I am being gang stalked. I am not a member of any group because I am not violent. I don't believe in violence. I believe in some human dignity. But I came here from Mexico with the approval of the Department of Justice. I have never in my life ever vandalized, graffitied, committed home invasion robberies, or ID theft. That's why I stand where I do stand. I do not want to be part of reckless people who endanger other people's lives and who censor, attack, violate, and maim other people. I will not be part of that. I come here with clean hands and in good faith, simply to be heard. But once I walk out, I get attacked, violated, and beaten by blacks, Latinos, and gangbangers and wetbacks every single time because I simply come here to speak, freely speak. And this again.
Okay. I've given every opportunity for certain people not to be disruptful. So now we're going to call a recess. We're going to clear the room. And those that have been disruptful, please do not let them back in. Mr. Tiefenk, can you monitor the door to monitor who's been disruptful and not let them back in? Okay, thank you. Recess.
My name is Ruth Sarnoff.
It's exiting now. We're recessing.
You'll be able to speak when you come back.
You will speak when you come back in. No, I will not. The meeting again.
Ruth Sarnoff, and
Yeah.
Surprised to see you down there on Skid Row. Thank you. ABC. Right, speaker, general speaker, non-speaker, the officer. I don't have one.
Don't have one.
I left on before to get some fresh air.
We have card on everything. Jesus.
If you don't have a named agenda, can I copy down the surname? Thanks for. If you get it back, I'll just copy the surname down. Can I keep this? Yeah. Thank you. Thank
Let me see how faithful it was. DeJario's first. And then when Jamie Garcia speaks, she wants this given to President Lyndon Johnson when she speaks. This one goes with that card.
No, I didn't have to. I don't,
Yeah, right. We have on this item, we have two.
Good shot.
Okay. We'll give her just a minute. Mr. Hayes is here? Okay. Yeah. Yes.
All right, we're down two more, folks. Start the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. We'll reconvene the meeting.
Okay, the next two speakers, Ruth Sarnoff and Tut Hayes.
I believe Ms. Sarnoff is still coming through security, but Mr. Hayes could come up and speak.
Mr. Hayes, on item number 3.
Yesterday, Councilman Dawkins Hawes had a meeting at her church. It was supposed to be about the gun violence. Now, the way this started was because Councilman Kikorian had a meeting, a public session in front of City Hall East, and there were no black councilmen there, but the topic was Stop Gun Violence. Now, I asked Kikorian why there were no black council persons there when the gun violence, the murders, the homicides, the uptick in death was occurring in predominantly black councilmatic districts. So I went to each office and asked the people in those offices, why weren't there council persons at that meeting? One said, I wasn't invited. I asked them, have you heard about crashing the party? One said, well, we looked out the window, we saw them downstairs, but we decided not to participate. And the other one, Herb Wesson's office, said, what rally? So anyway, Hawkins Dock had this meeting yesterday and had the commander of South Bureau there together with 2 gang interventionists as the panel. Now, gang interventionists have a problem because how can you count the gunshots that do not occur or never fired, and how can you count the bodies that never fall? But if they do anything at all, that's exactly what they claim they prohibit. They intervene, they stop, they safeguard lives in that matter. They talked about primarily why did they not get any more money when LAPD's budget is increased every single year? It was about money, poverty pimping. 1965 is recurring again. The tragedies for the black communities are always relegated toward poverty pimps such as gang intervention and the community coalition.
Thank you for your comments.
Ms. Sarnoff is not back yet?
No, she is not.
Would you like me to go to the next item?
Sure, let's...
Okay, we're now on item number 4, consent agenda items. These items are considered to be routine and non-controversial, upon which the board is provided with adequate information for approval without inquiry or discussion. We do have a comment card on 4A, 4B, and 4C.
Okay, so we will pull those items and...
Move approval of items 4D and 4E.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Item 4A, Department's report dated September 9th, 2015, relative to the donation of a microwave valued at $152.60 from the Topanga Boosters for the benefit of Topanga area. We have the Red Chief.
She stays on topic.
Thank you. Again, the Red Chief Hunt is here. I'm going to talk a little bit about the $152 and the microwave. I think that's a good idea. I'm really campaigning on really making that, a microwave for the Topanga, from the Topanga Boosters Club, a good benefit. Thank you, the Red Chief Hunt.
Do we have a motion on this?
Move approval of the item.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Thank you. We're on 4B, Department's report dated September 10, 2015, relative to a monetary donation in the amount of $1,920 from the Los Angeles Dodgers, LLC, to be utilized to purchase food and or pay for recreational activities for the cadets for the benefit of the Hollywood Area Cadet Program. And we have Mr. Herman.
Good morning still. It's amazing that we have such great interest with these campaign donors who are donating $1,920 from the Los Angeles Dodgers. Now, what interest does the Dodgers have with LAPD? I cannot understand, but I'm sure there's some issue involved with campaign donors and campaign of special interest all involved in this. By the way, Dodgers, thank you for the Dodger cards. Just update them a little more frequently because I have a tendency to give them out to our children on the street to let them be aware that it's our fine officers behind the card that support the Dodgers as much as we do, although the games are becoming very expensive due to the convenience and necessity for alcohol sales there that are above my budget. That's why I stay away, because I'm a moderate drinker like Mr. Saltzman. But let me stick to the topic here from the Los Angeles Dodgers. To be this amount of money is to the purchase of food and to pay for recreational activities for cadets. As brought out, I support all cadets. My brother was a cadet before he went into the U.S. Army. And unfortunately, when he died in 2011 as a veteran of the U.S. Army, I just want to remind you that it is the founding of fathers of the United States that wrote the Constitution. That Constitution protects our rights. As he brought out to my knowledge and education as a big brother to a little brother, that keep it up. Remind the LAPD that they're not above the law, but they're here to protect and to serve the public, all our concerns and interests. And besides that is because of the Dodgers, I have great concern of conflict that we watch the campaign donations here, because we don't want this to become a pay-to-play situation in case a player gets out of control. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
We also have Mr. Wayne Heimler on this item.
So, chugga. Let's see. Today's payoff is brought to you by the Los Angeles Dodgers, LLC. Congratulations. Purchasing food for the pigs and paying for recreational activities for the cadets. Picking up hookahs for the benefit of the Hollywood Area Cadet Program. Well done. Monetary donation. Payoff. Chugga. The chain wreck of the city continues. $1,920. Why? Is it a gift? If it's a gift, give it to me. I need the $1,920 more than they need it. But the new Uncle Tom looking at me weird. This is a new experience. It's an out-of-body, out-of-mind experience that you can pay off the city with a $1,920 donation and call it a donation. So when I donate, for example, to a building inspector, it's not a payoff, it'll be a donation, right? Of course. So that's why you got to do all these things. It's the Dodgers. It isn't some nefarious activity. $1,920 from the evil Dodgers, LLC. No, it's the Dodgers. It's mom and apple pie. Who owns the Dodgers? A nice family that lives in L.A., right? $1,920. The O'Malley's, right? Incorrect. Who owns the Dodgers? Banksters, ding, 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 ding. That's right, $1,920. Don't you know what they'd like to do with Chavez Ravine? Tear it down and build a football stadium and condos. $1,920. Don't accept it. It's evil money. It is not a donation. They want something for that money. And what are they getting for that money? Walk around Dodger Stadium. What do you see? Cops. And do they reimburse the city for the cost of those cops? No. How much? $2 million a year. Who said that? Ron Galperin, our controller. He wants the money back. But you don't want the $2 million that the taxpayers are owed. No, you'll take the $1,920 as opposed to the $2 million we're owed, right? The new commissioner knows that's a good deal. He was on one of those other commissions, and you do this all the time to us. So congratulations, Dodgers. A $2 billion LLC pays the city off for $1,920.
Move Thank you for your
item 4B.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any more speakers on this item?
No, sir.
Obviously.
We're now on item 4C, Department's report dated September 8, 2015, relative to the donation of food and venue valued at $5,000 from the Los Angeles Police Foundation. The Los Angeles Police Foundation shared the cost of the venue and food with the Command Officers Association and the Department for the Mid-City Wide Crime Fighters Leadership Conference, which took place on July 8, 2015. And we have Blackstouth Ramirez.
Thank you very much. In reference to the Los Angeles Police Foundation shared the $5,000 of food with the Command Officers Association and the Department for the Mid-Year Citywide Crime Fighters Leadership Conference. I'm delighted. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an epidemic of gangbangers and wetbacks and thuggery. We need to use this money wisely and donate good food for our crime fighters. I would also ask you, as an independent thinker and one who lives on the streets, that you must incorporate the military. We cannot handle these crimes just with the LAPD alone. We need to incorporate the military. We are in very dangerous conditions. And also coming from the Skid Row, please, ladies and gentlemen, we have a violent crime all across America. So I ask you, continue the donations. This is a wonderful thing. And enhance the crime fighters and enhance the leadership for crime fighters. I do not believe in violence, but these people are violent, vindictive, and vicious. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any further comments on this item?
No, sir.
Move approval of item 4C.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
We're now on item number 5, regular agenda items. We do have cards on all items except for the last item, H.
Move to approve item 5H.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, we're now on item number 5A, Executive Director's Report dated September 10, 2015, relative to the rules for public attendance and participation at meetings of the Board of Police Commissioners. And we will... Want me to call the cards, sir?
Card first before the...
Okay.
Yeah, pull. Any cards on the side?
We have 10 cards on the
I'll do the presentation first, sir, if you don't
Want
mind.
to do the presentation?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Morning, Mr. President, members of the Commission. Before you today are rules for public attendance and participation at meetings of the Board of Police Commissioners. As the Commissioners will recall, this was on the agenda for September 1st meeting. However, the Commission was in receipt of a letter from the American Civil Liberties Union identifying what they believe to be some concerns with the rules as they were prepared. In consultation with the City Attorney's Office, we have made some adjustments and amendments to the item, and I will walk through them very briefly and be happy to answer any questions that Commissioners may have. The purpose is basically to establish an appropriate level of safety and efficiency in the meeting room of the Board of Police Commissioners so the meetings can be run in an efficient manner. There is no intent to stifle anyone's right to have their opinion spoken at the dais. They have 2 minutes to speak. Under the Brown Act, they can speak on any agenda item that is before the Commission when that item is called, or any matter that is under the Commission's authority and jurisdiction under general public comment. It was never the intent to stifle any of that communication, and they can say whatever they would like in whatever manner they wish to say it, as long as they are on topic. The access to the headquarters facility, obviously anyone coming into this facility other than an employee must come through and be screened, and that is a process that takes place at the front of the lobby, as is the process at City Hall or any other city building you go to. Access to the boardroom, this is considered the boardroom. Individuals who do clear security will have a visitor's pass and be able to come to this room for the purposes of attending the Board of Police Commissioners meeting. The room has a capacity of 99 seats. In the past, as many members of the public are aware and commissioners are aware, we have utilized the ComStat room as an overflow room, and we would continue to do that in the event that we were aware and anticipated a large attendance at the meeting. At that time that we would do that, we would also allow those individuals in the overflow room to have the opportunity to complete a speaker card and come into this room and speak to the Board of Police Commissioners. Special accommodations. The Commission for years has offered special accommodations for individuals who would need an interpreter or be disabled. And if they have need for an interpreter, if we have 72 hours of notice, then we will arrange for an interpreter for an individual coming before the board. Speaking before the board, again, scope of the public comment or scope of comment must be on the agenda item that is being considered by the board or under general public comment. Speaker cards. There are speaker cards, which many in the room are familiar with. Speaker card is a way that we can orderly call people. We'll call the name that is on the speaker card and the agenda item that is on the card. Time limits. Time limit is 2 minutes to speak. That has been the time limit for the 11-plus years that I have been with the Commission. And we also have had for years a rule that if there were 10 or more speakers on a singular item, that the Commission could reduce that time to 1 minute. That has been done on very rare occasions. Most of the time, folks are given their opportunity to speak for 2 full minutes. Decorum. Each person who addresses the board shall do so only from the podium, which is this podium here, and shall refrain from speaking beyond the allotted time or making remarks which are not relevant to the specific agenda item for which public comment is being given. And speakers shall direct all of their comments to the board as a whole. Again, that is the place where someone can speak for their 2 minutes, say whatever they want to say in whatever manner they want to say it, as long as it is relevant to the agenda item before the Commission or under general public comment, anything that is within the sphere of the responsibility of the Board of Police Commissioners. Members of the audience. No person in the audience at a board meeting shall engage in any acts which cause an actual disruption of the meeting by preventing or impeding the board's ability to accomplish its business in a reasonably efficient manner. Signs, posters, banners, or other display material which disrupt or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of the meeting or which create an obstruction to another person's attendance or participation in the meeting are prohibited. Members of the public or press attending a meeting of the board may record and or photograph the proceedings unless such activities or the manner in which they are being carried out cause a disruption. Enforcement. The enforcement responsibility resides with the presiding officer. In the case of the Commission, it would either be the President or, in the absence of the President, the Vice President. The presiding officer at meetings of the board shall be the President of the board or his or her designee. The presiding officer is charged with maintaining order during meetings and enforcing the provisions of these rules, including but not limited to violations of the scope of the public comment, again, speaking to an agenda item or under general public comment, any matter that is before the jurisdiction of the board. Speaking as to the time limit, the 2-minute time limit. Warnings. The presiding officer shall request that a person who is breaching any of the rules cease and desist from such conduct. In such a case, the presiding officer shall advise said individuals that a failure to cease and desist may lead to the termination of his or her remaining public comment time. Removal for actual disruption. If after being warned by the presiding officer, the individuals persist in causing an actual disruption of the meeting, the presiding officer may order the individuals to leave the meeting. If the individuals do not remove themselves, the presiding officer may order any law enforcement officer to facilitate the removal of the non-compliant individuals from the boardroom. Any person so removed shall be excluded from further attendance at the meeting from which he or she was removed. Any person who resists removal from the boardroom or other area where a meeting is being held by a law enforcement officer may be subject to arrest for violation of the Penal Code or other applicable Los Angeles Municipal Code sections. And finally, recess due to inability to restore order. In the event that a meeting is willfully interrupted by a group or groups of persons so as to render the orderly conduct of the meeting infeasible, an order cannot be restored by the removal of the individuals who are willfully interrupting the meeting. The presiding officer may call for a recess, order the meeting room cleared, and continue in session. Where the board elects to proceed in this matter, only agendized items shall be considered, and representatives of the press or other news media not previously engaged in the disturbance shall be allowed to remain present and attend such session. It would be my recommendation, if the board does adopt these rules, that they become effective at the next board meeting, which would be next Tuesday, September 22nd, which would give us ample time to publish them, post them on our website, and also modify the front of our agenda to indicate the rules as I've described them. I'll be happy to answer any questions that the commissioners may have at this time.
I don't have any questions. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Teefank, and City Attorney, for the rules that are proposed now. You've clearly responded in ways that make sense to me to the concerns that were raised, and making clear that the goal here is avoiding disruption. There is one concern that remains for me, and when we get to the motion, I'll propose an amendment. The concern is that, as I understand the rules as proposed, it states that no speaker cards will be accepted once the specific agenda item in question has been called for discussion. And instead, I'm going to propose that the rule be that no speaker cards will be accepted once public comment on that item has commenced. I think that would help resolve that concern about someone who may not have made the decision about whether he or she wants to speak until after hearing the commission discussion. And I have language to propose as an amendment to see whether my colleagues are in agreement when we get to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Teefank, on number C, time limits, you said verbally 1 minute, but in the document it doesn't say that. It says that it says reduce the time limit for a comment, and I think after that the word should be to 1 minute. Specifically, because otherwise it could be reduced to 5 seconds or something like that. Line 1, 2, 3, 4.
So what you're suggesting, sir, is that we would just add the 1 minute as it has been in the past?
Yes, reduce the time limit to comment to 1 minute. And then I have just one question because I don't understand the words. On D on page 4, it says, and continue in session, and we don't continue in session when we're in a recess, so don't you mean and reconvene in session? Am I wrong there? That's in the 4th line. Rob, will you look at that too? We call for a recess, order the meeting room cleared, and subsequently reconvene in session. That would be the right words, right? And subsequently reconvene in session? Because we're not continuing.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. That would work.
Okay.
I would defer to City Attorney. Does that work, Mr. City Attorney?
Either is fine, but I believe it does clarify that.
So, Mr. Vice President, where are you suggesting that we add that word?
Well, after the word and, I would say subsequently reconvene, and then delete the word continue.
Okay.
So it would say order the meeting room cleared and subsequently reconvene in session. I'm not a lawyer, but that seems...
Got it.
So we have two proposed amendments, and Commissioner Saltzman, do you want to give the specific language on your...
I'm talking about on page 2, second sentence in section 4B. And I would propose that we remove the sentence that's there and substitute the following sentence. No speaker cards will be accepted once public comment has begun on the specific agenda item for which a card is being submitted, or with respect to general public comment once the general public comment period has commenced.
So we have 3 amendments on the table. I just want to make sure you have all of them. You have the one from Commissioner Saltzman. The second one is with respect to 4BC, adding to 1 minute at the end of the 4th line after the word comment. And in section 6D, 5 lines down after meeting room cleared and deleting continue and adding in subsequently reconvene. Any other Commissioner comments? I have a statement about this, not a comment. I did have, when I first saw this, I saw it was on the agenda before I was actually supposed to be here, I was a little bit concerned about the rules limiting the opportunity for the public to speak. And having served on the Board of Airport Commissioners for 2 years, I saw a lot of value in the public comments that we would get every week. And every week I felt like I was learning something that I was not necessarily getting from the perspective of staff. So I think it's the public comment aspect of these meetings is incredibly important. Although we may hear things that some of us don't like to hear, it's still incredibly important. It's important to protect our First Amendment rights here, and I'm glad to see that these rules are not about inhibiting free speech at all. It is just about maintaining order. Can we go to the public comments now? Do you want to
Yes,
line up 3 or 4 at a time so we can?
Yes, sir.
We'll give everybody 2 minutes.
We have 15 cards.
15 cards.
So I'll call 5 at a time if that's okay. Greg Akili, Ruth Sarnoff, Jerry Dietrich, Jamie Garcia, and Hamid Khan. Is Greg Akili here?
Let's keep going.
Okay. Ms. Sarnoff? She's not here. Jerry Dietrich, Jamie Garcia, Hamid Khan, Prentice Jenkins, and Melina Abdullah.
She's out of the meeting.
Okay.
I know I'm not first, but I don't see the other people, so I'll go ahead and speak. My name is Jerry Dietrich, and I am a member of the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. A few weeks back, one of my friends was talking beyond the buzzer. Soboroff demanded that she stop talking and warned that if she didn't, no one behind her could speak. Since she saw no other way through this problem, she stopped talking. What Soboroff warned would happen is not in accordance with the Brown Act. It's not in accordance with your new rules. It's not in accordance with the Brown Act. The Brown Act says that members of the public have a broad constitutional rights to comment on any subject relating to the business of the governing body. It has nothing to do, what I say has nothing to do with what these people behind me have to say. And what they have to say has nothing to do with me. You know, so if you want to punish me, but you can't punish them. And I hope that by your new rules, you will not be doing these kind of things. I had to mention this because I was appalled by what happened. And I felt so sorry for the person who was speaking because she felt responsible for all these people behind her when she's not. And Soboroff said she was, and Soboroff was wrong.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Jamie Garcia. I'm with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. So I want to first start by saying that my concerns right now aren't really in regards to these rules about how the commission feels, because I don't really think that keeping order is something that you guys need to keep your meeting going. This meeting is for the people, and so my concern is really with what's going on with the people and what's going on in the streets. So a lot of people have come here for many years, really well-organized community members, showing up with concerns that are well substantiated. And I'm not sure, Mr. Johnson, if you received a letter that was supposed to be given to you right now. Okay, so this letter was submitted to the Commission on February 24th, and it had 3 really important concerns that are very substantiated. It's an 8-page letter. One regarding racial profiling, in the suspicious activity reporting initiative, where it shows 30% of the black community are the reports are written on, and mostly on black women. The second part was on the body cameras, in which I know is being touted as being something that LAPD, something that basically the commission wants. Second, about the drones that the Inspector General has in his office, and fourthly, about the sabotaging the consent decree, which you seem to speak very highly of, but it was revealed that 90 of the 300 cameras, the actual antennas, were taken off. So we sent letter to the commissioners in regards to this, and we received a 1.5-page letter back in response to an 8-page letter, basically saying they heard us in public comment. So nothing else, no trying to meet with us, no trying to further discuss these issues. So as results to that, we actually wrote an individual letter to each commissioner asking to meet with them to further discuss this issue. Even to this point, we haven't even been acknowledged. So you wonder why people are angry. You wonder why people are upset. You wonder why we come here and we're loud, because we can't even write a letter and have people respond to us with this letter. So I think I'm addressing you. I would like you to read this letter. I would like you to respond to us in more than a page and a half letter. And I'd actually ask for you to meet with us to discuss these issues, because this commission, in regards to the racial profiling and suspicious activity reporting initiative, didn't even instruct the Inspector General to further investigate, and the sabotaging the consent decree didn't even see it necessary to investigate who these officer was that actually took the antennas off and find out who they were. So I know you want me to stop, but he's actually listening. So I would like to see that you could actually step up, do your job, meet with us, and actually respond in more than just saying you heard our public comment.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Hello, Hamid Khan with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. You can kick out Melina Abdullah, but we carry her voice with us. So that's, let me start with that. I mean, the absurdity of now setting up these rules, I mean, here we are again, that the latest attempt to silence and criminalize dissent, basically that's what these rules are doing. The executive director tried it 2 weeks ago, and apparently is saying that it's modified, but then the latest modified version for the Commission's consideration, wrapped in the language of efficiency and safety, determines who would say what, when, and how. The intent of these rules is very clear: to police people's manners, to police our emotions, to police our expressions, and will do exactly what it claims not to. It will inhibit free speech. That's basically what it said it to do. So I think it's, given the long history of racial profiling, you have some more items on the agenda around the handling of the mentally ill and also the biased police updating, that it makes it even more crucial as to what needs to happen, and these rules need to be not to be implemented at all. Because what we have is a long history of racial profiling, what we have a long history of abuse and murder of mentally ill people on the streets. So this is something that is going on, what the previous speaker talked to you about. So the people of Los Angeles will not be intimidated into silencing. You will not silence us. You will not tell us what to say when. We will continue to publicly expose this body. This body has shown disdain, disregard, complete dismissiveness of the people. This body has shamefully, completely rejected any proposals, which the previous speaker talked about, any proposals to investigate, to hold public hearings. We wrote another letter along with the National Lawyers Guild to hold public hearings on the consent decree. That was sabotaged. That came out last year in 2014 about sabotaging of the consent decree, finally, which was lifted after 12 years. So in essence, what you're doing is that you're trying to silence us, but we're just telling you now, we will not be silenced. We will not fall in line, and we will not allow business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Prentice Jenkins, followed by Pete White, Pastor Q. Jan Marie, Michael Williams, Ted Hayes.
I'd like to acknowledge Black Lives Matter. Elena Abdullah, she's out. This is a woman who comes in here and comments about police abuse, and now she can't comment because they've thrown her out simply because she commented. Reality is, the reason woman's commenting, woman's got other things to do. We all got other things to do. We're here because people were murdered by cops. They were murdered by cops. Ezell Ford was murdered by gay cops who threw him on the ground, picked him up, slammed him up against the wall, felt on his junk to see if the stereotype was true, and then when he fought back, they shot him to death. Yes, that happens. That actually happens. I showed the chief a videotape of a cop molesting a black man, holding on to his penis for 4 seconds. So we know cops, there are gay cops in the ranks that actually do it. I want to welcome you, sir, to the Board of Police Commissioners. This is the pit. And it's a big, you're going to have to get a thick skin when you're in here, because we don't want to be here. But guess what? People have been murdered, and they've been murdered just walking down the street. You can be walking down the street one day. You black. They don't know you're part of the commission, and they slam you up against the wall. Feel on it to see how big it is, and then go laugh and tell the other cops. Don't think it won't happen, because it can. It happened to Ezell Ford, and Ezell Ford is dead today. On the issue of attendance, the Brown Act says publics may comment on agenda items before and during consideration by legislative body. Time must be set aside for public comment on any other matters under the body's jurisdiction. My name is Prentice Jenkins. I've been an activist since 1991. I'm publisher of City Life newsletter. I'm here every Tuesday. I'll be here every Tuesday until they fire those cops and put them up on charges who killed Ezell Ford.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm going to have to start that one over. I need all two of mine. Thank you. So the goal here, let's be clear, is not to avoid disruption. It's to sweep under the rug the passion, anger, and disagreement to the murder and the brutalization of black and brown people in Los Angeles. Public participation is the cornerstone of our pseudo-democracy. Token appointments meant to appease those being brutalized, killed, and dehumanized does little, very little, to change the anger found in our streets and the thirst for justice. There can be no peace without justice. The LAPD is responsible for siphoning more than $2 billion of our general fund. The greatest expenditure, 52 to 55% of our general fund dollars. But they're also responsible for more homicides than any other force in the country. They're responsible for upholding the historic racist practices used against our communities. For these reasons and these reasons alone, we should be more transparent, not less transparent, right? We should struggle not to violate rights of free speech. Instead, we should focus on ensuring all voices are lifted in our spaces, right? Your action today will have a reaction. You know it. We can decide to submit, or we can decide to fight. And you know we're going to fight. We're going to continue to fight, to have our voices lifted. We're going to continue to disrupt the killings in our communities by any and all means necessary. We're going to continue to come back to this room. And I see you, Soboroff. We're going to continue to come back to this room and fight. Or if we need to find you at your country club, as you sort of talked about earlier, we'll find you there. And we'll let all those around you know that as you parade as a liberal, what liberal really means. You're liberal until it begins to impact you personally. So we'll be back, and this won't stop us. We're not afraid.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Pastor Q. I'm from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the Black Jewish Justice Alliance, as well as the Church Without Walls on Skid Row. New rules of engagement. I think what you're dealing is, first of all, there are diversity of communities as it relates to the police commission, and we understand that. But there's only one community where the code says danger, and that's in black and brown communities. We all know that. I went to the meeting on Sunday where gang interventionists and different people were talking about how to deal with the violence that are going on in our communities. First of all, policies from way back that put almost 35% of the prison population, that looks like most of the people who are angry, in prison. And when they get in prison, we criminalize them because now they have to become criminals to survive. People who committed nonviolent crimes. And who determines what crime is? Like I said before, everybody's saying, you know, crime, but who are the criminals? And those who are committing institutionalized crime are not being punished. Our community is suffering from not post-traumatic stress syndrome. We're suffering from trauma. I'm 51 years old. 51. I was pulled over by police when I was 18, when I was a rapper on San Vicente. Every week I would get pulled over, going to Virgin Records to conduct business. Police have engaged me in the wrong way in Skid Row as a pastor while I was picking up toys for kids. This is a problem. And you wonder why the community is angry.
Thank you for your comments.
Michael Williams, followed by Tut Hayes, Wayne Hemler, Red Chief Hunt, Mr. Herman, and Omar Pai. Michael Williams. Mr. Hayes.
I'm sure a Hollywood executive knows about 2 minutes of fame. That's all that's here, 2 lousy minutes. I don't see why it makes a difference of what the heck they talk about. It wouldn't matter to me. 2 minutes, they're gone. But all this drama about what do they say. Now, whenever the CRA, Community Development Agency, James Wood arrested me for not speaking on the agenda topic. I was tried by a judge and given 151 days in jail for disrupting the meeting. It made the LA Times. No, not the LA Weekly. I was out of jail the next day. You should be surprised what happened to that judge. Now, you're not a judge. Judges talk about relevance, whether the lawyers are making a relevant statement, whatever. They do that, but they're trained. They're professionals. They know something about it. You're a Hollywood executive. Can we depend upon you to understand what's relevant? If you really address this issue about being relevant on the issue, that shows you have some kind of fault with free speech. You understand government is the only way speech can be censored. You are government. So if you try this, the ACLU will come to speak about it. In court, perhaps. So leave it alone. The 2 minutes of fame doesn't really matter. This is trivial. This is nonsense. It shows someone's ego has been bruised or something like that. But unless they're doing something like shouting, stomping on a podium like a Tom Cruise, leave them alone. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, the Red Chief Hunt. One of the things that we were in court about with Dean Pragerson was about decorum. Dowd and Dog won that. They only got $1, but they won it. Now, decorum, in the 2 minutes that you have, like Pragerson said, you should really just listen and kick back. Less you say is the best you can say. I was in federal court with the federal judge. Me and my attorney, Stephen Rohde, we can almost write everything that Pragerson said about decorum. If you don't understand it, you should really read the Brown Act, and you guys should follow the law. This is what me and Herman right here is getting ready to debate Deon O'Connor and Herb Wesson about on KFI. The debate, the Brown Act, and the First Amendment. It's transparent. You know, you guys need to come out to the community, listen to them, get involved with them, whether you disagree or agree, shake their hand and take their phone calls. This is where a lack of everybody up here on this board does. If you guys did that like John Mackey did and the other chief before him and Alan Skoskin and stuff like that, you guys had better communication. You guys have not practiced that. You get the position, but you guys haven't practiced diplomacy. Diplomacy and democracy is the best thing that America got. My name is the Red Chief Hunt, and I am from the United States of America. Democrats solve problems and put people first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, this is Peppa Pig, so I'm going to let Peppa Pig talk.
I think these rules are really a bunch of crap. Because the more you censor people, the more outrageous the counter reaction becomes. So, you don't want to have free speech, that's okay. We don't need free speech. We don't need to have the right to speak here. We'll just go to Steve Soboroff's house and his nice country club with a bullhorn, and we'll talk about it over there, and we'll get 10 minutes of public comment, and then another 10 minutes. Because The most important thing is speech. And speech doesn't have to be here in a room with all these cops. All these cops. You create an intimidating environment. I mean, I was scared. I'm a pig, and I'm scared to come in here. And I'm with all of these other people here like me, but I'm scared. I have to go through a big metal detector and all the way to the back of the department. You can't hold the fucking meeting over in the front part of the building that says Assembly Hall. You have to hold it in the heart of the beast. That's because most people won't come in here. So already you symbolically intimidate speakers in violation of the First Amendment and the Ralph M. Brown Act. I'm a pig. I graduated, so I'm able to read at an 8th grade level. And so I know none of you commissioners can read past the 6th grade level, so the Ralph M. Brown Act is being violated by Mr. T. Fang's report, and you have to disapprove of the executive director's report, or the city will get its ass sued and enjoined again, which for all pigs is good.
Thank you very much. Good job, Pig.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Herman?
So I brought the Brown Act today, 95 pages worth of the Brown Act. But as a reminder, in the preamble, it says public commissions, boards, councils, and other legislatives under 54950, bodies of local government, agencies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. The people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative body that they have created. That legislative bodies of local government agencies created by the state or federal law, as brought out under the Brown Act and by Michael Hunt, who specifically mentioned the Ninth Circuit. So where do we go on this aspect of liability under the Brown Act? Does it become an incident under the term of D. Ferguson? Or should we go back and reflect the reality that we're not a part of a war against our constituents, but rather we're looking to abridge speech so that the public's concern, public interest at large, reflects all our concerns, not at the white golf course of Steve Soboroff's padded friends who pad their wallets, to those in City Hall. Take, for example, ALF, Englander Liberation Front, who's running for county supervisor. My suggestion, vote no.
Thank you for your time.
Omar Pai?
I came here for to show concern because as a resident, as residents, we have the right to come forward and confront all of you that if something is ill within our streets, then the best thing to do is to speak out and pretty much confront this ills that needs to be addressed. Apparently, that type of situation is being stifled and is being violated deeply because most of us within the communities are very traumatized and scarred to see brutality in every minute of day or night. So I came here to say that pretty much transparency has to be looked at and taken seriously. Because apparently all of us are here to really show that we're concerned about not only ourselves but to all of us, to our friends, to our family, to our loved ones, and so forth. So you really gotta not to stifle our ability to come here and talk to you guys out. And as a concerned citizen, in major cities, this is a must-do process, right? I mean, LA supposed to be the second biggest city. I mean, I live in far bigger cities than this city, but we have a pretty high population, and within that high population, there always will be corruption in any sorts. And I'm really speaking to all of you that you really got to take us seriously, or else if you don't take us seriously, we're going to come here and we're going to pretty much raise hell, as we always do, and we're not going to have no shame. I mean, we're not going to feel ashamed of coming forward and tell you guys that you guys are wrong, and either you get a new job or quit. Either way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
That is the last comment card on this item, sir.
Okay. Can I entertain a motion on the rules as amended?
Yes, I move we adopt the rules with the 3 amendments, Mr. President, that you identified before the public comment.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
Shame on you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. We're now on item number 5B, Inspector General's report dated September 15, 2015, relative to review of the Los Angeles Police Department's Reserve Police Officer Program.
Thank you, Commissioners. Coming to the table right now is Assistant Inspector General Kevin Rogan. It's his shop that was responsible for the investigation.
Morning, guys.
In April of 2015, there was a widely reported story of a 73-year-old reserve officer in Oklahoma who, believing he was discharging his taser, accidentally shot and killed a suspect. As a result of this incident, the Board of Police Commissioners requested our office to review the department's Reserve Police Officer Program, and we have. The department currently has approximately 400 reserves. The majority of these reserves have the same authority and power as full-time sworn officers. That is, they can carry a firearm on and off duty, make arrests, and drive a police car Code 3, which means emergency lights and sirens activated. During the review, our office looked at the reserve service hours, training, complaints, and uses of force. We found issues of concern, including numerous reserves not meeting their minimum service hours requirement and numerous reserves not meeting training hours requirements. We also found some issues regarding reserve age-related deployment and reserves firearms qualification policy. To that end, Commissioners, our recommendations are detailed in the back of the report, and Assistant Inspector General Kevin Rogan and myself are here to answer any questions you may have.
Any Commissioner questions or comments?
I have a couple of questions. Let's see, on page number 2 of the report, the Inspector General explains the minimum service hours, and as comparison, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and also San Diego Police Department. LAPD reserves are currently required to serve at least 32 hours every 2 deployment periods, which equates to 208 hours per year. I was interested in understanding whether or not there's a national standard, a convention with respect to the training hours. I'm sorry, the work hours. The difference between 242 and 208 doesn't seem significant, but it would give us give me a better reference point if I knew whether there was a national standard.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Deputy Chief Bill Murphy. I'm the Commanding Officer of Police Sciences and Leadership. And with me is Commander P.D. Smith. He's my assistant. He is also the department's reserve coordinator. And with me also is Lieutenant Darnell Davenport. He's the lieutenant in charge of the reserve section. So we'll be glad to address that question, and then I can give some comments if it's okay with you, and then you could ask whatever questions you want. I am not aware. Darnell, are you aware of a national standard for a number of hours? I've never heard of that at all. We have set that, and please jump in at any time. We set that standard of 2 shifts every 2 DPs probably decades ago. It's been that way my entire career. I don't think we've made any changes. The importance to it, though, is I think a vast majority of our reserves actually exceed those hours, and they're very committed. And I'll get into that in a moment. But Darnell, do you have anything more on that? Or
no, there's no national standard as it relates to the number of hours the reserve has to work.
So if I could give some brief comments to this, the Inspector General's report. First of all, to begin with, obviously in Oklahoma with the reserve, the chief of police gave a 73-year-old friend a gun and a badge and sent him out in the street. Obviously, in the history of the Los Angeles Police Department, I think I speak for Chief Beck, we've never done that ever in our entire lives. Everybody who's going to be a reserve, they have to go through the academy. They go through the same background standards that a regular officer does. The Reserve Academy, though, is modular, and from that perspective, they work. So you couldn't put them in 6 months in a row. So what we do is they go at nighttime, and then they go on weekends. And so what they'll do, it's level 1, 2, and 3, and they take those in components. But make no mistake, this is post-certified. All the testing that they do is the same as the academy. They go through the same standards, and if they get up to level 1 reserve, they're just as much of a police officer as anyone that goes through our academy. They get that type of training. So I want to put that out there right away. Qualification came up on that. Same thing. We hold the reserves to the same standards as a police officer. So depending upon how long you have on the job, you're going to qualify at that particular level. The vast majority of our reserves, just like the vast majority of our officers, qualify 4 times a year with a handgun, 1 time with a shotgun, and 1 time on a force option simulator. That's to test decision making. So one comment was, when you get to the 30-year mark, should we do more than once? If you were to add that up throughout your career, whether you're a regular officer or a reserve officer, that is literally dozens and dozens of times, well over 100 times that we've qualified these officers. They certainly have proven their skill set, so when they have 30-plus years out there, we feel very comfortable with them qualifying once a year. And by the way, most police departments, we're far ahead of every police department, or the vast majority of them, in the number of times we have our officers qualify. A lot of police departments in the country only have them qualify once a year. And after 30 years, I think we could match the rest of the country standards, or a vast majority of them. Age 70, that came up in this report. We're actually very, very proud that we have people that would be committed to stay here at the age of 70, in fact, even 80 or beyond. It shows a true commitment. I'm going to talk about reserves and really what they mean to the Los Angeles Police Department. But quickly, let me talk about the people who are age 70. We did actually a double check on all of them. The vast majority of them do work like administrative. They work support assignments. Chief, we were talking about this. We did find 2 people that do work patrol. That is actually true. One is a retired sergeant. He spent many, many years on the police department. I don't know him personally, but apparently he's very energetic. He loves working. That's why he's doing this, and he does a great job. The issue isn't the age. The issue is a concept called essential job functions. And what that basically means is, can they do the task and competencies of a police officer? That's what we hold them to. When they can no longer do that task and competency of a police officer, remember, reserves are volunteer status. We could separate them at that point. In our history, we haven't seen people that do that. They come to work every day as the reserves, and they do a great job for us. But you have my word, if they would get to a certain point in their career, whether it's 50 or it's 70, if they couldn't do the job, we would politely ask them they'd have to separate. So that's the bottom line on that. Motors came up in this, that we have reserve motors. We right now have actually 9 certified reserves that have motors. One of them actually happens to be off-duty. He off-duty got injured, so he's not working right now, so we got about 8 of them. Those 8 motors, reserve motors, they put in a lot of time and effort. In fact, we ran their hours. I think they're up to about 1,900 hours that they've already put in this year. They've already far surpassed the average number of hours we were talking about. The 204, each one of them have done that. So we're proud of that association where we have. When we were talking about economics, I could probably beat this to death, but the motorcycles that they were being given are actually older versions. We didn't give them a brand new motorcycle. They're not salvage level at that level, but they're older. Motorcycle officers are very, very expensive for us. They're +2 pay, which means they get extra pay. The amount of time, and I'll get into the stipend on the reserves in a second, but the amount of hours that they put in far, far exceeds the ability of them to take that motorcycle home. I mean, we got a very, very good economic value for that. And by the way, out of that 6, 2 of them actually parked the motorcycle at West Traffic. They don't even take it home, but they could take it home, and it would still be a very, very good deal for us. The process, we do need to clean up the process. I'll be quite frank. As the Inspector General report pointed out, there are some reserves that have not met the post standards. There are some that have not put the hours in. We have addressed this issue in the past. In fact, a couple of years ago, before Lieutenant Davenport was there, I had a lieutenant that went in there to specifically clean it up. And we went ahead and we found it was, I think, 116 reserves who didn't meet those hours. They didn't meet either the training hours or the commitment of 2 shifts every 2 months. We actually separated 116 reserves, and we had heart-to-heart talks with them saying, you have to put this in if you want to be part of a Los Angeles Police Department, and we asked 160 of them to leave. So we hold that standard. We'll take care of this one right here. Now, I do want to talk about the value of reserves. They don't do this job for money. They actually get $650 stipend for the entire year. That $650, quite frankly, is a joke compared to probably what they're spending. That wouldn't cover the uniforms for them. They wouldn't cover the gas to go to work. They don't do this for money at all. They do it because they love the city. They do it because they love providing service. They do it because they love the LAPD, but it's not for money. They're very, very committed. Many of them have tremendous talents, reserves. I've worked with reserves who have been doctors. I've worked with reserves personally who've been lawyers. They bring tremendous talent, energy to the LAPD, and again, it's not monetary that they're here. They want to serve. And there's a lot of culture to the reserves. The one thing that they do want, and I would say this, and you got to consider it 100%, they want to be treated like other police officers. So if we go ahead and change the rules for reserves versus regular officers, I think you're going to be barking up the wrong tree. Some of them, that would be to them a morale hit. If you put a if you're a reserve and you're at 60 years old, you had to do an assessment, and we're going to treat you differently than regular police officers, I think that we would suffer a tremendous morale hit. And remember, they're not here for money or anything else. They're here for commitment. And I would strongly recommend you not do that. The last point I want to make on this Inspector General report is that if I could ask the Inspector General to actually, when they're going to do an audit, to actually tip off the command staff. I wasn't aware of this audit originally. I do have to fall on the sword. The Commanding Officer of Training Division was aware of it. He made some recommendations. One of the recommendations in there was that we assess reserve officers at 60 years of age. That did come from us. So I had, trust me, I had a very long conversation with him to don't give a recommendation unless we bring it up the chain of command. So on both ends, if we could communicate a little bit better, because that would not have gotten into this report. We would have not offered that up as a recommendation. So with that, I'm open for any questions you have.
Thank you. I just had some additional. Thank you. Thank you for your response to the report. Okay. And I just had additional questions with respect. To each of the recommendations that were made. And so my initial question was in reference to the minimum service hours, because I wanted to better understand what the expectation was nationally, and there was recognition by the department that there has been difficulty in keeping accurate record of how many hours have been provided by reserve officers, and I would like to hear from the department what approaches you think you've come up with to better?
Yeah, I'll address two of them, and if Darnell or Commander, you want to jump in, go ahead. First off, what we're going to do on the time, as far as both the training time and the amount of hours, we're going to initiate 2 audits a year. So that's going to come out of the reserve section. We'll do the audits on that. We'll immediately contact the reserve coordinator at the division. We'll contact the commanding officers if we're not getting their proper response. So that's part of it. That would be one. The second part, when I've been a commanding officer, a captain at 3 different police stations. In all 3 of them, we had a different person who was the reserve contact for us. I am going to meet later today at the Office of Operations Direct Reports meeting. I'm going to recommend to them that they decide, the assistant chiefs, the deputy chiefs, the commanders that are all there. That's all of Office of Operations. And if they could come up with a person that could be the specific contact for us, because I think that's part of the problem for us. We're not really sure if it's the Crow sergeant or it's the area training coordinator. I have my ideas. I'll share it with them, but certainly that's their decision. We just would like to have one person as a point of contact for us.
Okay, that's great. So it's good to hear that they're...
In relation to that, though,
Yep.
it's as I read this, it's every officer's assigned one single superior, and then every officer, when they check in, they're assigned somebody. But reserves are assigned, it's the same part of the same question. That's all. It's assigned, they're assigned somebody else, and if that person's not there, the info doesn't get in.
Yeah, I think I can answer
Part of your
that.
idea to have the same person?
I think it'll be a 2-part question, and Darnell, I might throw it to you in a second, but one part, we want a point of contact just across the board. So if it's the community relations sergeant or whatever. Now, the problem with, and this gets technical, because reserves is a computer system, and I might let him jump in, but you got to get data entered into it. The problem is reserves, unlike regular officers, work all kinds of shifts at all different times. They may work a day watch shift, and they might work a nighttime shift, and then they might do a parade on a Saturday. So they're not necessarily, when they do those shifts, assigned to one specific supervisor. That becomes kind of a headache for us. But that point person I was talking about, that's what we're going to do. What Darnell is going to deal with that person to make sure that they hunt down all those supervisors and the data entry gets in there. Did I say that correct, or was I a little bit wrong?
Yes, sir. One of the things that we're going to add is that we're going to give all the supervisors access to the DPS system, deployment period system, so any supervisor could input the service hours. Right now, it was limited maybe to 1 or 2 supervisors, and those supervisors might have worked in the daytime, and the officer may have worked at night. Now the night supervisor will also be able to input the same information.
Thank you.
With respect to the firearms qualification policy...
I'm sorry,
okay.
I just want to, one more thing on the minimum service hours. So, Chief Murphy, you're confident that an audit a year from now, given the changes we've talked about, the record-keeping problem will be gone. So you actually will have the ability to know who's been trained and how much training, and also the hours worked.
Yeah, I'm confident. Darnell, do you want to?
Actually, we're going to do an audit in November for the minimum service hours. Actually, in December, we're going to do it for minimum service hours. And the continual professional training, we're going to do a audit in November. So it's a couple of months away. Additionally, we're providing training to the reserve coordinators right now in the room just adjacent to us so that we can ensure that they're on board as we prepare for the audits.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
With respect to the firearms qualification policy, Chief Murphy, I can certainly appreciate your concern about the reserve officers not wanting to treat the reserve officers any differently from the rest of the department's officers. The IGs, in the IG's report, the recommendation is at least semi-annually to do the firearms qualification, and so I guess I would like to hear from the IG's office your response to Chief Murphy's concern, and then wanting to maintain the annual qualification policy for reserve officers.
I can understand. We agree that the reserves provide a great service to the city, and we certainly want to give them the impression that they're valued members. And I understand the sensitivity with having them feel differentiated from full-time officers. But the reality is they are different. Full-time officers are handling their weapons 40 hours a week. Full-time officers are drawing their weapons. They're being tested all the time. And reserves, the average reserve, I realize there are some who are working exceptional hours, but the average reserve is not that familiar with their tactics, their equipment, their radio, their handgun that a police officer is. And particularly for the reserves who work the minimum number of hours, to do two shifts in a 2-week period just means that that person simply is not as familiar with their weaponry that these officers are. And in fairness to the reserve serving, the citizens they serve, and the officers they support, we believe that enhanced firearm training is probably a good idea. We relied on the expertise of the International Association of Chiefs of Police in looking for a standard, and we recognize that 4 times a year may have some negative consequences in terms of financial aspects as well. But reserves are different, and that's also a concern as people age. Part of the reason that officers retire out of patrol at some point in time is because it's difficult work. And there is a built-in system in the full-time service. Officers have an incentive to retire because they get the retirement benefit that they've worked so hard to gain. And reserves are in a different position. It's a great incentive to get to continue to wear the uniform and to serve the city. That's a wonderful aspect, but I think there should be a different consideration given to how those reserves are looked at in terms of fitness to perform the duties that these younger officers are performing routinely for the city.
And Commissioner, if I could just add just quickly, I don't want to belabor the point, but this report had nothing to do about whether or not reserves are important or essential to the department, whether they work hard, whether they are meaningful with their impact in the department or any of those things. This report was simply about tracking the training that is required of them, tracking the number of hours that they're required to do, identifying a decentralized system for tracking this, recommending possibly a way to improve that. So all the other issues, really, we're in agreement. We think reserves are a fantastic part of LAPD and an essential one. That had nothing to do with the report. The report was simply about, are there better ways to ensure that the people that are in reserve capacity do what they're required to do, have the training that they're required to have, and are we examining risk issues related to individuals that may be going in patrol functions at the ages of 70 or 80 that may not have the physical capability to do that, and is there an age-neutral way to identify whether people are capable of doing that job? So those are really the primary concerns. It's the logistics, and it's a basic risk management assessment. Mm-hmm. So aside from that, we really have no issue with reserves, and I think careful reading the report will indicate that there's no issues from my department.
Yeah, I mean, certainly from a risk management perspective, increased qualification would, I would think, would address what the Inspector General, I think, has persuasively.
I think the one thing you have to consider, and was actually in the report, is that on our reserves, we do not have, as far as if you look at actual actions from them, like uses of force and officer-involved shootings, we do not have out of policies. They have not done the job incorrectly, where we would be a big concern with us. And I get the risk management.
Certainly, but this would be for prevention, from a prevention perspective.
I'd just be careful on that one. I think it would be a morale issue if it was directed to do that. And from my experience, the 4 tours I've done in training, many years working with the reserves and knowing what they've gone through in training, I think the qualification standards should remain as they are right now.
The qualification standards for our reserve are the exact same as for a regular officer. And if you look at the IG's report on page 4, item B, it indicates that as far as our reserves are concerned, from January 2013 to 2015, there have been no reserve OISs or categorical uses of force involving reserves. So our reserves are performing at a level of expectation that we would have of any officer.
Yeah, I don't doubt at all the excellence of the reserve officers, but since the report was designed to identify some areas that might be areas that could be improved in terms of training and monitoring to prevent the kinds of things, the kind of incident that did happen in Oklahoma, and so that's what my questions.
Well, that though, Commissioner, is like apples to oranges. Okay. We never would do that. The chief would never give his buddy a gun and a patch.
I understand that. I understand that. But the International Association of Chiefs of Police, that their recommendation must be based on something. So even putting then the Oklahoma incident aside,
we could, and remember that's 4 times a year, and that's what they do up to 20 years. Mm-hmm. They do 4 times. In fact, if you are right now at 30 years, we changed that. It used to be 5 times a year. So for many of those people, and that was 5 years ago, so many of those people actually even did more, those reserves. So by the time you're at 30 years as a reserve, as a regular police officer, you've done dozens and dozens of qualification. Their skill set is very, very high. We're confident in that.
I guess if I share Commissioner Kim's concern about this. I understand somebody has served. Let me back up. I want to second what the Inspector General said. I don't think there's anything in the report, and I don't think there's anything any of us have said today which is critical of the reserves. We are grateful for the tremendous amount of service the reserves provide. Over the weekend, because I had raised questions, Lieutenant Davenport, Commander Smith called me, talked through the program. I believe all 5 of us are very big supporters of the reserve program. We're not questioning that. But there are issues in the audit which are of concern. And one that Commissioner Kim was just talking about is the age-related issue. And I understand if someone has served for 30 years that he or she has been qualified many, many times. Before I retired, I was teaching for 28 years. But there's some things in year 27 and 28 that I did not do as well as I did when I was in year 10. And I think the idea that simply because somebody has served 30 years, whether a reserve or a full-time officer, has been qualified so many times that we don't need to do it more than once a year is questionable. I don't know what the answer is, but the IACP says 4 times a year, and the Inspector General has said twice a year. And I guess I find the responses on this issue unconvincing.
Well,
I'm not questioning the amount of training and qualification for some, but I am with respect to the farther out dates.
So, I have over 30 years of service. I have 40 years of service. For the past 10 years, I qualify once a year. I'm very aware of age-related issues. I'm also somebody that works patrol regularly. Why would we treat a reserve officer who has gone through the same academy I went through? When I was reserve, as you all know, I was a reserve. I know how hard it is to balance family, a regular job, and then do your reserve work. Why would we penalize a reserve that has gone through the exact same training as I do, who carries a gun every day, level 1, he may not work every day, but he carries a gun every day if they want to. Why would we penalize them? Why would we treat them different? Why do I want to take these 250 or so level 1s and tell them, you need more scrutiny than I do. You need more than you. Why do I want to minimize their commitment by telling them that you don't have the same standards I do? No. You have to have more standards than I do.
I agree with you. I don't want to do that. I'm raising a question about, in this report, it's with regard to the reserves, but I'm raising the question about full-time continuing officers, including yourself. I'm not questioning your ability, but I do think that somewhere between once a year and 4 times a year may make sense, and I think it's worth.
Well, let's have that conversation then, and take it separate from. Let's remove the reserves from the conversation because if this board decided that reserves have to qualify at a different rate than regulars, then I would change the regular qualification. I don't want to treat them different. I can have train division look at other standards, other departments, go back to the IACP. I think the IACP report is silent on tenure in the qualification discussion. I don't believe that there is any tenure discussion in their range of qualification schedule. So we can go back and check with them. We'll check with Police Executive Research Forum. We'll see what other data is out there, and we can bring it back. But at the department macro level, and not just concentrate on our reserves and separate them out and tell them, hey, thanks for going through the academy for 6 months. Thanks for showing up for 24 days a year, but we're going to treat you different.
So on this point, we actually could not change the policy for just the reserves anyway. So I would suggest that we do a little bit more research on the qualification program as a whole and revisit this issue as a department-wide issue as opposed to on this particular
I think that's a fair suggestion. We were presented with an IG recommendation, IACP recommendation, and a departmental recommendation. And so we're trying to reconcile all of those and gain a better understanding. But I think that that's a fair suggestion to look at the qualification policy overall.
I would be glad to come back, give a verbal presentation. I'll take a look at all of those and break it down and give you a verbal presentation on that.
I just have two comments. This whole thing to me is about deployment, whether it's an officer or reserve officer, if somebody's having an off day or if somebody's rusty and they haven't, they've only been there 10 days or whatever days, somebody above them is going to make a deployment decision whether they're going to go to one area or another area, and I think that's really an important issue. The other thing is, and I don't know if the policy should be different or not. I defer to the chief on that. But reservists, when you're working full time, you're working full time. When you're a reservist, you're not working full time, and so I think that there should be. I think that whoever is making these deployment decisions has to keep that in the back of their mind, that this person isn't out there 40 or 50 hours a week. They may be out there X hours a week and it may be a little bit different. To me, it's about deployment.
And we do it, Commissioner, we do it very different for reserves. Reserves, they're volunteers. They generally pick their assignment. They pick who they work with. The older reserves almost exclusively work admin assignments with groups of individuals that they're familiar with and that they fit in with. We give them a lot of leeway in picking their assignments. Now they can't pick things that they aren't qualified for. Even if I go to a search warrant, I can't just jump in with SWAT and tell them I'm going to lead the stick in because I haven't been trained that way for a long time, and they can't do that either. We make sure that they find jobs and niches that suit them, and I think the proof of that is in the results. I mean, you look at this is 400 police officers working a total of 2,000 hours I forget, whatever the amount of hours is a year. No officer-involved shootings, no major use of force in 2 years. I mean, I get that there was a problem other places, and there is a problem other places because reserve status is used as a quid pro quo, is used as a political favor. We don't do that here. That hasn't been the practice of the Los Angeles Police Department since 1950. Prior to that, it might have been.
They save over $2 million a year in shifts that they cover for us. So,
just this year alone, reserves have worked just slightly short of 50,000 hours.
50,000?
Yes, sir. 49,521 hours.
Is there demand for more reserve officers?
Oh, we would love them if they come forward.
Just the training costs so much, it takes so much time.
Well, what our problem is we're starting we have a reserve academy. We have starts Saturday. And I would love for the commissioner representative to go and talk to the reserve class. It is a huge commitment. I know being a commissioner is a huge commitment, but being a reserve, that might be even worse. As far as putting time in, especially when you're going through the academy. And to hear from you and to hear that you value them, as you've said, I think that would be significant. I hate to use the word sensitive when I'm talking about my police officers, but they're a sensitive group, and they're very sensitive to being treated different than regulars because they put such an investment in to be able to do the same job. So, the word of this will get back and this discussion and all that, and I think it's important that they hear from the commission that they're right.
It needs to be we're all on the same page because
of course,
that's really where we are.
And we'll look at the overall qualification. I mean, it's nice that when you hit 30 years, you'll have to qualify once a year, and that really was put into place when it was expected that you would leave at 30 years. You get some people like me that just won't leave, and then so we can look at that, and if I have to go qualify a little more often, I don't mind. But we'll look at that, and Chief Murphy will come back and talk to you about it after he looks at the totality of it.
Thank you. I have two more not big questions. One, with respect to the firearms qualification policy or retraining, I'm curious. I'd like to understand a little better, and you can answer today if it's clear, or you can bring it back when you come back, is how a reserve officer learns about the changes in equipment, changes in policies. For example, a reserve officer with an on-body camera or a taser, when is that? That's I assume not part of firearms qualification. When does that happen?
Yeah, maybe Darnell would be best for that one.
Okay.
That occurs on a monthly basis. Every month there's a reserve meeting, and during the reserve meeting, reserves are provided with training. Additionally, the reserve officer and volunteer unit provides monthly training to reserves as it relates to firearms or different things that are going on in the department. On the later this month, we have significant training, and in October, we have significant training with reserves to keep them up to speed as in terms of the department is changing.
Thank you. And then my last question, I'd like to understand a little better than I do the situation with the motors. And I understand the value that we get from it. I understand from the phone conversations I had over the weekend and what you said today, Chief Murphy, that this is not new equipment. I guess I'd like to understand better the way I understand the data. There are between 8 and 11 motors who take their city-owned motorcycles home, reserves, and they're all in West Traffic Division. And I guess that just raises a question for me. I'm just curious why it would be in West Traffic, how a decision like that gets made. If it makes so much sense, West Traffic, why wouldn't we be doing it someplace else? I just would like to understand that.
Well, first, I can go over the numbers, and maybe Lieutenant Davenport.
Let me just real briefly, but I've been through motor school. Yep. Motor school is the hardest school in the Los Angeles Police Department, and every one of these reserves had to go through it. And to find 8, that's pretty good. Out of the total population. So, one of the things is to get people that are interested in it and willing to do it. And West Traffic, through their captain and through the chief there, and I can't remember exactly how long ago this was, found a group of reserves from across the city that wanted to do this, brought them together, and made an effective motor squad out of them. And they handle a lot of special events, things that would take our motors away from their traffic enforcement duties and limit our ability to improve traffic safety in the city. So there's it was something that was created out of an enthusiasm for it by particular CEOs who collected reserves from all over the city, because reserves can work where they want. If they want to congregate to West Traffic and then go through motor school, then we can let them do that.
Thank you.
I think Mike probably has more history than I do.
Yes. Good morning, Assistant Chief Mike Moore, Office of Administrative Services. This actually sprang from February of 2004 when the one and only reserve class of motors. It was a concept for in reserve operations. The reserve organization said we have officers who want to be motor officers, and the department looked at it. At that point, I was a commander at the Office of Operations. We looked at it, we evaluated it, and we said these officers would have to go through and understand the rigors of the department's motorcycle program and have to maintain proficiency in the operation of a bike. We have very high standards on that. there was a lot of push within the reserve organization to do this. The organization, so we started the academy in February. I remember it well because we said, let's start at Davis, February of 2004. And someone said, what about rain? I said, not in California. And that month, it was the rainiest month or 6 weeks that they'd had in like 7 or 8 years, and they actually came up with rubber ducks as their mascot. But that team is really the remaining core team today. They are hardworking, level 1 reserves that transition to motorbikes, have a love for it like motor officers have to have, and have remained persistent. Why we don't have more is a balancing of costs of motors and also interest level of reserve officers, because these are a group of people that it takes an extraordinary amount of dedication to maintain their competencies on that specialized skill.
Thank you. I appreciate both your comments very much.
Any other
Just one last one. So it did bother me, maybe because I'm aging. When you start identifying, you can't do certain things at certain ages. And I did have the conversation with our Inspector General, and it was really about being able to do, I'm glad you said essential job functions. So as we report back, can we figure out a language that's not, I'm 80, so I can't do it, or I'm 60? Not address it that way?
Well,
And I get what if you're 80, you might not be able to do certain things, but what I'm also hearing is when you deploy, you make sure that whoever you're deploying to do certain functions can do those functions.
We do that. I think we have to go back, and it's actually covered in the report, that the vast majority of people, I mean, they get it. They're aging. They understand their bodies are changing, and they self-deploy to positions that are like administrative and supportive. That's the vast majority of them. We only have 2 that are at like 70. They want to be police officers. But if they can do the job, then that's the key. I think if they can do it, I'd be uncomfortable with putting an age on something if they can do the job, if they can do those essential job functions. The question, I think most of it goes away, that they actually go to a job. They know they don't want to be in a black and white, make an arrest and stuff like that, so they want to be part of service. They want to be part of the LAPD. So most of that is taken care of itself, but I'd be uncomfortable putting an age on someone if they could actually do the job.
So, Chief Murphy, if there's just one more thing you could address, I'm curious particularly with respect to level 1 and level 2 reserve officers who are at least theoretically, or can have the same assignments as a full-time officer. How does the training compare for a full-time officer compared to those 2 levels? Not just academy training, but ongoing training. And for example, did they all attend the de-escalation training that was recently held for all the other officers?
Yeah, the answer would be similar. The academy we already talked about. They're held to post-perishable skills standards, which is 24 hours of continuing professional training. 14.
How do those amount of hours compare to full-time officers?
They're the same.
Same exact.
They're the same exact. Yeah. And so when we get to, like, we're going to roll out a use of force 10-hour class. We actually talked about it yesterday. They'll be invited to go to that class. We want to keep their skill sets up.
Invited?
Well, actually, we could direct them to go to it too. 6 of that hours will be perishable skills, so it could be a check off for us to do it. So, I mean, it's not a problem with directing them to go to it. But they maintain from the police officer perspective. Remember, a lot of our curriculum is built to specific assignments in a career path going up. So it would be of no value like going to lieutenant school or sergeant school. They're not going to be a lieutenant. But from the police officer perspective, they'll be exposed to the same courses. They can take the same classes.
So, for example, the recent stand-down training, reserves did not attend?
No, a lot of them did. We didn't specifically direct them. In fact, I gave several of those presentations. They were in the audience when we were doing the 5-hour, basically, preservation of life and the building public trust.
I would appreciate it when, as you look at this again and come back, that kind of issue be on the table for you to think about making sure that they are getting the training that you think they should be getting. And I don't hear any disagreement about that. This is another good example.
I agree.
That's no problem.
Thank you.
So if there are no other questions, I think we'll hold this report until you report back, because there are specific recommendations. You'll be coming back on some of these issues.
If I might, Mr. President, I would suggest that you consider approving the report and we have a supplemental report come back as relates to the qualification issue. I see the city attorney shaking his head no.
Right.
Why not?
Well, because I'll tell you why. Because some of the recommendations we need to look at as well. And so before they're imposed on the department, I think we should discuss them further with the OIG and the department.
How much time before we can bring this issue back?
I don't think we recommend anything.
We could. I probably in a couple weeks I could look at all that qualification if that's it, and then give you more recommendations on training. It's not a problem.
Okay, great. So we'll put this back on the agenda in a few weeks then.
Yep.
Okay. We do have 6 public comment cards, Mr. President.
Call the individuals, please.
Black Stealth Ramirez, Red Chief, Mr. Herman, Wayne Heimler, Ted Hayes, and Carla Amundsen.
Again, thank you very much. Gentlemen, I did not hear anything being mentioned about the Inspector's General report alluding to the military veterans. Are we not hiring military veterans, whether they are uniformed or ununiformed, active or inactive, into the LAPD? God knows they have such vast experience and knowledge when it comes to working on the streets, especially working with gangs. And again, would you elaborate a little more when it comes to the gangs? We, again, are on high alert. We have a gang epidemic, and we need to know if our future cops and those coming out of the reserve are really now specialized in or have sufficient knowledge as to how to outmaneuver, outrun these gangs, because they are heinous, they are violent, and they are more vicious. And third is I'd like to know if any of these background checks on these reserve officers, are any of them affiliated directly or indirectly with gangs like the Mara Salvatrucha, Mexican Mafia, Temple Street, Diamond Street, 18th Street, 13th Street, and God knows all the other ad nauseum gangs? Are we there anywhere close to curtailing and combating these heinous gangs in Los Angeles? We are in a dire straits, ladies and gentlemen, especially for those of us who live on the streets. We are chasing them down day and night because they vandalize, rob, attack, or beat us. This is every day for me. So I'm asking you, are we prepared as a city to take on these damn gangs? We need the military, but are we ready with reserve officers? Please, could you answer that? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, the Red Chief Hunt. I want to thank you guys for really reframing this whole thing, and in a good way. You know, when you put your minds to it and you go to work and reframe things like this and get it right, it's all better for the public. You take your time, get it done right, and you guys take 30 days. Forget the 2 weeks. Take 30 days, come back, do it correctly, take enough time, correct it, and come back the right way and make it all happen. This is so important when you take your time and you listen and you want to do things right. I appreciate that. The Red Hunt Chief has now spoken. Congratulations on coming together. And thank you, Chief Beck. I was listening to you. You said that you've been to every department in the reserve. That's a good thing. You got a plus right there on me. So with that note, I'm going to end this, and you guys continue this and reframe it and take 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Herman.
You can learn a lot from the United States. But the problem I'm trying to understand here is that if we're having such adequate training for this idea of reserve police officers in this so-called such program, by procedure and charter policy, how do we protect the public if this is all about ego, political power that goes offhand? Really, you got to think about it. Look, we have Mitch Englander, Joe Busquiano, both reserve officers who make innuendo comments that the public is endangering them. No, it's the other way around. We, the public, feel threatened and endangered by such reserve officers who waive their authority, making $200,000 a year sitting in council, saying that we're disruptive because we're protected under our civil rights First Amendment of protective speech. So in this so-called idea of self-government, vote no for Mitch Englander for a county supervisor. I want to remind him that it's we the people. In the first three words of the Constitution, Mr. Mitch Englander, so-called reserve officer, step down. Do one job and do that job well. Protect and serve the people of the city of Los Angeles. Take homeless people off the streets and provide them housing, something that is sustainable. Give them jobs that are sustainable, adequate, in order to make the city of Los Angeles a safer location as opposed to putting more reserve officers in council chambers. Thank you
for your comments.
What a fucking joke. What a joke. They donate. They do it for the city. There is nothing more valuable to a person's business or political future than being called a reserve police officer. It's worth a lot of money. If you're a landlord and you're a reserve police officer and you raise the rent on somebody, you can get a lot more from people with that badge and that gun. And that's why they do it. I was on the Valley driving my car last year, and this maniac in an SUV cuts me off. I chased him down. I cut him off. He pulled over in front of me, jumped out, an old fart like you two old farts over here, and he whips out a badge. I'm a reserve sheriff's deputy. What the fuck are you doing to me? And then he told me to get the fuck out of there or he was going to call 911. So I called 911, and I got your lovely department on the phone. Gave him the license plate. You know what they said? He's a reserve sheriff's deputy. We can't do anything about it. So that's what they do. And you got a guy named Elf. You got the Englander Liberation Front that was started against Mitchell Englander's idiotic run for the supervisors. How does he run? On the ballot, he puts down reserve police officer / council member. So you're giving a huge pecuniary benefit with that so-called gift that they're giving you. You need to get rid of this program. This program is rife with conflicts of interest and corruption on the business and social level. These people are using that badge, they're using that gun to shake people down and fuck with people on a daily basis because they're a mental case, because they never grew up and stopped playing with little guns.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional comments?
Tut Hayes, Carla Amundsen, and Michael Sellers.
California law, Penal Code 150, considers a posse comitatus. That says that in California, police can recruit, or you might say conscript, any able-bodied person to assist them in suppressing crime. Case law on this, the guy was recruited, commandeered by the police to raid a gangster stronghold. The gangsters had machine guns. He was shot and killed. His wife simply said, "Can we get the insurance that the police get when they're killed in the line of duty?" The police said no. So she took it to court. She lost. So it's not reserve officers. These the person conscripted under Penal Code 150 doesn't get a bulletproof vest or a ballistics helmet. He's just put in the line of fire. So I can sympathize with reserve officers, but let's understand we're all reserve officers. Now, during the 92 riots, the police department, LAPD, had no buses to transport all these thousands of rioters. The sheriff had buses, but Lincoln Heights had been closed, and the police got rid of all their buses. So they tried to commandeer MTA buses. Guess what? Two sources said, hell no. That was the operator said, you mean to tell me I'm going to take people to jail and then drive this bus through the city streets later on? And then the bus MTA said, no one's burned any buses yet, but if we take them to jail, they will burn. So let's understand that somehow when it comes to law enforcement, many elements and aspects of our society are sometimes recruited to get engaged and get involved at their detriment and at their hazard. That's what police work is all about. It should not be transferred to the general population.
Thank you for your comments.
Carla Amundsen.
Good afternoon. I'm co-president with Michael Sellers of Los Angeles Police Reserve Foundation. Congratulations to our new president.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. I have no idea what I want to say, other than I can tell you firsthand the extraordinary character of most of the men and women that participate in the reserve program. Can you imagine that somebody voluntarily would go through the kind of training that all these officers in this room have gone through, and you know how arduous it is? It's unbelievable that they put their lives on the line for free. Last year, we had a visiting scholar from Kent, England, from I don't know what they call them over, a constable, and he was studying reserve policing around the world. He found that our reserve program is probably the finest, not just in the nation, but in the world. That's an independent guy that reviewed us. Pretty good. Somebody wondered about their skills, and I just have to tell you that if you don't do the job every day, it doesn't become routine. Most reserve officers are actually quite a bit sharper than their more irregular counterparts because it is not day in and day out. They're a little bit more on edge, a little bit more focused. Bottom line is, this program is extraordinarily valuable for this city, monetarily, morally. Community policing, the finest example of community policing there is. Instead of being upset with this system and with LAPD, how come a whole lot of these people that are complaining don't sign up to become reserves and become part of the solution?
Thank you for your comments.
I want to second what my co-president Carla Amundsen said. I've been a Los Angeles police officer for 22, going on 23 years, and I'm as proud today as I was when I first started. You have to understand that the Reserve Corps has been around for almost 70 years, and as the chief has said, there's very, very few problems. We've had 3 reserve officers killed in the line of duty. 2 a reserve policeman, a reserve officer, and what was called a reserve specialist. These people are giving so much of themselves, in some cases their lives. I think the chief and the officers here, the command staff here, have presented the situation pretty well. As the co-president of the foundation, I'm very proud to be in this position to support the officers that we're speaking about today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And there are no other public comment cards on this item, sir.
Okay, great.
Move approval of item 5B.
Is that?
Well,
Is that what we decided?
we're bringing it back.
Oh, that's right.
Well, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Ms. Amundsen.
We need a motion to table the item and for 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
What I would suggest, sir, is your motion would be to, as you directed the department to come back with an evaluation of the qualification, firearm qualification, bring that back, give them 30 days to do that, and bring that report back and consider at that time with this report.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you. We're now on item number 5C, Department's report dated August 12, 2015, relative to the handling of the mentally ill audit, AD number 14-066.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Police Performance Auditor Jeffrey Phillips, currently assigned as one of the officers in charge at Audit Division. Commissioners, before you have the handling of mentally ill audit. This is the second audit that has been conducted by Audit Division, and the last one was during the 2012-2013 fiscal year. This audit was comprised of 4 objectives, and of those 4 objectives, the department did really well with objective number 1. Not only did they do really well, there was a significant improvement with the correct disposition codes of mentally ill service calls. They also did really well when looked at use of categorical uses of force and the training when these uses of force were related to mentally ill calls. There were some areas for that we noted area for improvement with mental evaluation unit being contacted when required. Some of the feedback that we received from the command staff was that there were times that officers would call, but they didn't note it in their CAD summary reports, and so therefore that's one of the recommendations that is being made. While the mental evaluation unit will make a notation and will include in their system when the case is a mental illness case, I think if it's covered on both sides, it would lend for better tracking. Now, with respect to objective number 4, we did look at a training that was mandated, and you see the result there was 70%. Now, this was a training that was mandated based on the department, and the department gave itself 5 months to have everybody trained, and from our sample, 70% were trained. Now, if that was to be extrapolated onto the entire department, that means that about 7,000 of the sworn employees were trained. So I just wanted to add some context to that because 5 months, 7,000 employees, I don't think that's too bad. Notwithstanding, we did go ahead and do some follow-up on the sampled employees, and they're up to 97% that have been trained.
Yeah, I can add some to that. What happened is I mandated that. There's no penal code or any other outside mandate. I was basically Dr. Luann Pinnell is my right-hand person. We got together and we knew that mental health was a hot issue. We knew we were developing mental health intervention training with MEU. There'd be a 36-hour state-of-the-art mental health training, but we wanted to be proactive. So we directed, I wrote that notice. It was actually, I signed it, and I put the words mandatory in there, but that mandatory was to get some action out there. We didn't think we were going to get 98 or 100% within that 5 months, but we wanted to get that message out real quickly. And the run that I got was same thing, about 98% in operation. So we're very, very happy with that.
That's great.
I just had one question about, I was going to ask questions about Objective 4, but you have answered them, and I appreciate that very much. About Objective 2, I'm still just trying to understand how much of that is a record-keeping problem, or how much of it is that the contacts to MEU actually were not made.
Based on our review, those calls that were identified were calls that involved mentally ill, and therefore there's no indication that MEU was contacted.
And the department, you have a way of dealing with that going forward, or
I think do you want to?
Is that something teams do? I mean, I'm just trying to understand why that wouldn't happen.
Commissioner John Peters from the Office of Operations. Yeah, to just further underscore what was brought up in some of these situations, speaking anecdotally, officers were indicating in some cases that they were making calls to MEU, and on occasion phones were being answered, and on other occasions when they were not acting on specific advice, that wasn't being captured. So what we're looking to do is to create a system by which they're actually going to capture in their field activity report or on the information that they put into the mobile digital computer the fact that they had made that notification to MEU and who they spoke to there.
Thank you.
So that's going to be instituted, the field activity report, whether MEU is contacted, but it doesn't need to be official department policy. Is that correct? Or it's just I'm just noting on page 5 that that's not a part of departmental policy, but the field activity, by requiring that it's captured in the field activity report, then that addresses.
Yeah, I think the question as to or the point as to what was policy or we didn't believe needed to be policy was in response to the disposition codes of those calls. I think that was the issue in terms of that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any additional Commissioner comments or questions? Do we have public speakers on this matter?
Yes, we do. We have 7. The first 4, Prentice Jenkins, Ruth Sarnoff, Kai Utsumi, and Black Stout Ramirez.
Prentice Jenkins, activist since 1991, publisher of City Life newsletter. We talk about police engaging the mentally ill. What about police who are mentally ill engaging people who are mentally ill? I mean, if you send a cop out who's suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and he's losing his house and he's fighting with his wife and she's taking his kids and he's on the edge, he's deep in debt, and he's ready to go, he's ready to pop off at any time, and you send him out or her out to meet the mentally ill. What are you doing to handle the mentally ill police situation before you can send them out to deal with the mentally ill on the street? Trust me, there are more mentally ill firemen and cops than there are mentally ill on Skid Row. And we can see the guy on Skid Row. He's talking at the trees and running his mouth at the trees. But you can't see the mentally ill cop. You know, that mentally ill cop, like Henry Solis, who just walked out of a bar and shot a man to death that he didn't know. He brought Johnny Cash's song to life. I shot a man in Texas just to watch him die. Well, one of your cops did that. One of your cops is going to do that too. So it's outrageous to send cops out who are suffering from mental illness. Post-traumatic stress is an actual mental illness. It's recognized by the American Psychiatric Association as a mental illness. So you must deal with the mental illness in the police department first before you can deal with the mental illness out there. And one more thing, Chief Beck, is this a relative of yours, James Beck? I got that out. That's
can you stay on topic, please?
I thought that's why you became a police officer. So I say, check yourself first, folks.
Thank you for your comments.
Kai Utsumi. Is that present? Black Stout Ramirez.
Thank you. In terms of handling the mentally ill, we have a segment of population that are homeless, that are not mentally ill. There is those of us, including myself, who are homeless, not because we're mentally ill, but it's homeless by design. We don't do drugs. We're not mentally ill, but we stand on principle like many military veterans who are classified as mentally ill when in fact they stand on principle. And so therefore, we are out there, and I would just like to make sure that you, when you do your auditing and you start doing your research and you send your officers out there when we are in a plight, please understand that that segment of population of people who are homeless, because they are there by design, it is also because they either got dumped or left holding the bag by an attorney, and an ethical attorney, and or because they are being gang stalked. I meet two criterias. I've been left hanging by an attorney, an unethical scumbag, and two, I am a victim of gang stalking. And if any of you know what gang stalking is, please Google search retired ex-FBI agent Ted Gunderson. Again, ex-FBI retired agent Ted Gunderson, and he expounds it so beautifully in YouTube on gang stalking. He exposes gang stalking at full light, and I am so grateful to him. And again, for those of us who stand on principle, we are out there, not because we're mentally ill, but because we're not butt kissers. And so please deal with us in a rightful, appropriate manner. We are not gangbangers. We are not wetbacks. We are not junkies. We are law-abiding citizens who stand on principle. And with standing on principle, it means you're out there living on the streets because you want to change America, bring it back to moral standards and dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
The next four speakers, Pete White, Ted Hayes, Wayne Heimler, and Patty Beers. Mr. Hayes?
It's evident to see how well this mental illness craze is being ridden. They want to build a new jail facility. So why do they want to build it? To house the mentally ill. Because the jail, the county jail, has mostly mentally ill in it. Now let's understand there are two practitioners in this field. One is a psychologist and one is a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist has to be an MD, a medical doctor. He's the one who can prescribe the medication and do the injection. Now, LAPD has been handling the mentally ill by hog-tying them, handcuffing them, pulling their legs up behind them, shackling their legs, and binding the two, and people die that way. So will they have straitjackets in which to transport the mentally ill, or what? Because the medical doctor is not going to be out there to sedate anybody on a team. They're much too valuable and much too highly paid to be cruising the streets with the police encountering the mentally ill. But really the whole idea behind the mentally ill craze is to build a new county jail. Billions of dollars perhaps, but that's the whole idea, because there really isn't any apparatus with personnel to deal with the mentally ill problem. Now, Ronald Reagan emptied the institutions because he recognized that being mentally ill is not a crime, and you should not be behind bars in an institution. Very clever, very American. So now we're claiming we want to do something in behalf of the mentally ill on the part of the LAPD, the Sheriff Department, whatever. But really, it's all to build a $2 billion police station.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Next.
It's my turn to speak, but I'd like to wait until Matthew comes back.
Next.
Mr. Heimler.
Yes, I'll defer to the pig on this one.
She got a 5150. So, one of the things that you do, and I know as a pig and my fellow pigs can do, is do three things. One, the suspect reached for my belt. Two, the suspect threatened me, and it's an exigent circumstance warranting the use of deadly force. And three, 5150. Yay! Because that's what you need, is to have the mentally ill excuse to shoot the suspect, right? That's how you get away with, what do we call it? Justifiable force. Because that's the legal term that all of these lawyers over here and all of these cops know, that when you shoot the suspect, you have to have defining reasons for it. If you don't, you pay punitive damages, $6, $8, $10 million. And that's the reason why you gotta get these people killed, because you don't want them to be alive and testify what the reason for the stop was. See, a lot of people get stopped on Skid Row because they're homeless and they're black, and because they wander out, let's say, to 6th Street and Olive. There's no black people allowed on 5th and Olive or 6th and Olive in front of the Millennium Biltmore Hotel. Like 2 weeks ago, I was over there and I took a picture of 4 police officers harassing a black man standing in the front door on 5th and Olive. So that's why. And then when he gets shot later, Chief Beck goes, justifiable. Why? He reached for the belt, exigent circumstance, or he was mentally ill. It's all a bunch of bullshit.
Mr. Herman?
Next. Yeah. The media's left. It's all gone to the Trump press conference, so I just want you guys to know that the media has left. You're next.
Wait a minute. Claudia's still.
Claudia's in the back.
Oh, sorry.
Most of the media.
Kate Mather's here.
Sorry. I'm talking about all the TV cameras. But that's what these guys work to the cameras, yeah.
So
Your turn, pal.
As you gravitate toward the murderous situation of the 5150, I believe the Speaker Pig there brought it out very clear that the actions and your mark in one way or another on people who are mentally disadvantaged by their communication, their looks, their so-called intimidating appearance to blow up and look large, allows you to use such excessive force, or as I call racial profiling, against the mentally challenged in our society. The American Disability Act disagrees on your actions, I strongly believe, because someone like Steve Soboroff really doesn't care about persons with disabilities, because he has a perfect family, not similar to the family that we support, which is Los Angeles, all the Angelinos, the capital of death, as brought out by Mr. Price and Mr. Dawson regarding the heinous crimes going on in Watts, the killings. So don't be left out of the picture. For we, the 20th century, have become a sort of man that could not plan and carry out such horrendous schemes to harm innocent people. You endanger the people by your actions of assault and battery. Stop it now. Stop it today. Ezell Ford and many other persons who were injured, more so killed, do not deserve this treatment. Protect our rights under the civil rights, Mr. Inspector General.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any?
Final speaker, Patty Beers.
When my son was 10 years old, his psychiatrist told me, never, ever call the police. Here this man who's had 8 years of education, training, and all these years of experience is telling me that police are not qualified to handle mentally ill people. So how can someone with 36 hours of training handle a person with mental illness? Over 40% of the people murdered by police, including Ezell Ford, struggled with some form of mental illness. Police have no business responding to mental illness calls. And 36, 40 hours of training? What the fuck? That's ridiculous.
Thank you for your comments.
There are no other cards, sir.
No additional comments. Can I have a motion to move to
Approval of item 5C.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
We're now on 5D, Department's report dated August 25th, 2015, relative to the grant award for for the fiscal year 2015-2016 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program STEP grant from the California Office of Traffic Safety.
We don't need any comments.
Oh, somebody.
Is there public comments on
We
this?
have 3 public comment cards on this item.
Let's call the public comments.
Okay, we have Black, Stout Ramirez, Wayne Heimler, and Prentice Jenkins.
Welcome, guys.
Afternoon.
On the Selective Traffic Enforcement Program grant, are we providing traffic enforcement steps to alleviate the congestion or the gridlocks in the high density areas such as Beverly Hills, such as Wilshire, and such as Ventura Boulevard? Do we have any forms of programs that will alleviate the congestion there, especially when you're going from downtown to Santa Monica, or from the from the bus station on Ventura Boulevard all the way to the end of Woodland Hills? I mean, there is so much congestion. It takes you several hours just to get from one end of the city to the other. Is there any way that we can alleviate the traffic congestion there, along with the buses? The buses also get a lot of these reckless drivers cutting in front of them all the time. So I pity these bus drivers. Again, they have to deal with reckless drivers all the time. So can we use this grant award money to alleviate the congestion as well as the reckless drivers? And this I can only imagine in 5 years. The gridlock is going to be horrific. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, you mentioned about the cameras. Fuck the cameras, okay? So, selective traffic enforcement. Here you go, Ventura Boulevard. Where? When? Yesterday. And I'm going off the freeway, and I see past Sepulveda on the goddamn east side going on Ventura. 3 o'clock, they tow all the cars away. Now, isn't that interesting that there was a memo issued to Councilman Paul Koretz that over the Jewish holidays, including yesterday and today, they were going to relax the traffic enforcement. Now, what they did instead was they towed all the cars away. So there they are, 3 o'clock p.m. sharp on Havenhurst. They get off the freeway. 4, 5, 6 of the best-looking brand-new towing rigs you've ever seen in your life. They line up. Then they march down Havenhurst. They turn left, and there they are lining up with your lovely traffic enforcement officers, slapping the tickets on for being parked past 3 o'clock to 6 p.m. in an anti-gridlock zone. If you do a traffic study, there is no traffic that is needed to be alleviated with an anti-gridlock zone on that portion of Ventura Boulevard. But because it makes you so much money, you continue to do it. And that's all you're doing with traffic enforcement, is raising revenue on the backs of people, and you're doing it at the expense of small business owners. These anti-gridlock zones are a pestilence, and especially in the valley, they're done in a way that strictly does not allow people to park their vehicles, and it only is used to raise revenue. And that's all you've turned cops into, is revenue deadbeats. That's all they do with this bullshit, is raise money. They do not do anything else.
Prentice Jenkins, and we do also have a card for Mr. Ted Hayes.
Selective traffic enforcement program. I don't know what that is. Does that mean you're going to select certain people out when you're enforcing the traffic for tickets or things like that? Could someone give me a written understanding as to what that means? Because when I hear selective traffic enforcement, when I hear the word selective, black and Jewish people understand that word when you say selective. That selective thing happened in Nazi Germany. It happened here too. So when you say selective traffic enforcement, please give us the understanding of what this means, because it just sounds like you're going to select people out for because of their race, maybe their ethnicity, maybe what type of car they drive. You take a person's 1985 Fifth Avenue, dirty brown Fifth Avenue away from them, they can't pay to get it out of the car pound. So if I can get an understanding from someone on the commission as to what selective traffic enforcement program means, I would really appreciate that. And also, if you're going to enforce the traffic, downtown is a nightmare when it comes to cars getting in the middle of the crosswalk and blocking pedestrians' movement across the street. It's outrageous downtown. And I suspect some of you already know that. If you're going to enforce the traffic, start downtown. Start on 7th and, what is that, Beaudry? I mean, it's outrageous. We're ducking in between buses and cars, and you think they care? They don't care. They could smash us at any time. And I suspect one of them is going to do it one day. And these are, well, the cameras are gone. The cameras say, if it bleeds, it leads. That'll be their 6 o'clock story.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Hayes?
A criticism. I think it's very unwise to have the public comment out of total and absolute ignorance. We have no idea what this is about. There's a binder back there that has the material you have before you that gives you a heads up on what's taking place. $3 million? Did you know this was about $3 million grant? $3.33 million, actually. Now, I could kind of perceive that it might be about DUI checkpoints, stuff like that. But it would be wise to let us know what they have to say, how they plan on approaching this, and then have us comment on it, because we both be involved with some understanding of what the heck we're talking about. So that's my criticism. Now, the bicycle thing, I like that, but there's no money for the bicycle thing. You mentioned you're going to have bicycle training. I don't know how that functions. I was very much shocked one time when I found out that our bicycle officers with the LAPD get 40 hours of training. You know how much time the officers get on a skid pad with their car? I think how many, I don't know how many, it's a ridiculous amount of hours in learning how to drive a car and do the pit maneuver, things like that. But 40 hours of training for a bicycle? Come on. I mean, that was gravy, right? But anyway, my conclusion is I'm going to be very, very attentive to hear what your officers have to say about this $3.33 million is going to be utilized. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So I think, are there any commissioner questions or comments? No. Can I get a motion to move the report then?
Move approval of item 5D.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
We're now on 5E, Department's report dated September 3rd, 2015, relative to the bias policing update, second quarter 2015 report to the Board of Police Commissioners. And we have 3 comment cards, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, board members.
Good afternoon.
I'm Commander Stuart Maisland, Commanding Officer of Internal Affairs Group. I could go over like a summary of the data if you'd like. I'm prepared, but I know you've already looked at that.
I think we can go right to question. Are there any commissioner comments or questions?
I have 2. Appreciate the report. It continues to be so much better and helpful. I appreciate that very much. One of the things in the report that I thought was particularly positive was about the mediation program. Yep. And I appreciate the amount of work you're putting into that. And it's something the Commission felt strongly about, and I'm so happy to see that happening. If you want to talk about it, you're welcome to, but I don't have questions about it other than to commend you on it.
Well, I will say, and I know there are more questions on it, but that program is really the pride and joy. That that's the future. We talk about building public trust, building relationships, relationship-based policing. The bias policing complaint mediation program is all about that. I mean, that's exactly what it's about. And the feedback, while the numbers are still relatively small, has been so phenomenal in almost all respects, and yet there's still a lot of work to do. And we recognize that. We need to increase participation. I think last quarter I reported that we were expanding it by including complaints that qualify for our alternative complaint resolution program, which are discourtesy complaints. That's now operational. We've received a buy-off from the Protective League on that, so we're moving forward in that regard. So I think we'll have more opportunities to sit down, to have officers sit down face-to-face with community members and basically learn from each other. So we're moving forward in that regard, and like I said, more work needs to be done. We still need to better educate our officers. We need to do more outreach with the community, and we fully intend on accomplishing and doing all of those things so we can really grow this program and hopefully be a model for the entire nation. That's our goal.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I also wanted to echo Commissioner Saltzman's comments. The report is really helpful, and I found particularly helpful the descriptions of the examples, the mediation examples, and it for me it highlighted the kind of learning that can take place across the table, and I'm sure that that's going to enhance efforts to improve community relations.
You know, in that regard, let me read a couple more comments from you. Comments not from the report, but from Dr. Howard Greenwald from University of Southern California that did an implementation study of the program, and I think these are very telling as well. One officer commented, "It has changed how I interact with the public and for the actions that I am taking. You don't always have to be that stiff, hard cop when dealing with people, but instead lay out the step-by-step process to individuals when it doesn't compromise the investigation, and you actually receive better feedback. The community hears what's going on, and it sets them at ease." And we have a couple of community comments. "I didn't feel threatened because two ladies were there along with the officer. I'm not sure if it took place in a cop building or a federal building. It was a good setting. I was relaxed, a group of people coming together and seeing where each is coming from. The officer totally participated. He was being respectful and wasn't acting like a cop on the street. He was in street clothes, and it was like a man-to-man talk." And one more, "It was a good setting. I was relaxed, a group of people coming together and seeing where each other is coming from. That's what it's all about. I go way back to the Black Panther era, so I've seen it and saw it. It was a good deal, and they need to do more of that. We are all human, and we may have different tones, but we can get together and make things work one way or another."
Yeah, I thought the mediation program, reading the report, was really excellent. I was struck by the high percentage on both the complainant and officer side who thought the process was fair, 90 and 92%. The one thing that I was, and I definitely think that we should work to expand this program. It seems that we have some work to do on the officer side, though. Given that they were 85% satisfied, 92% thought it was fair, yet only 62% would recommend it. I didn't really quite get that disconnect, why they wouldn't be more open to encouraging their fellow officers to participate in this program.
Cops, by their very nature, can be a little cynical and untrusting, and I think that has something to do with it. I think that points out...
You're talking about the cops in this room, right? Just others.
Oh, absolutely not the ones in this room, without a doubt. But it points out that there is a greater need to sell it on the department, where we've published documents, we've done an e-learning program, we've had over 90% compliance on the e-learning program. I've had a coordinator go to supervisors' meetings, roll calls, training days. We've done all of that. The Protective League has been a full partner in supporting it. They've put out the word. We've had representatives talk about it at the Protective League's delegate conference. So we just need to do more of that, and we need to reinforce it and reinforce it and reinforce it till it becomes so commonplace to really sell what the benefits are. And, we try and sell it to the officers that the benefit is to them as to how they do police work and how they deal with the community and how they build relationships to the community. And we try and sell it in that positive sense, but there's also that positive benefit of not having to go through a complaint investigation. So, if that's the least or if that's all they take away from it, then that works for me as well, as long as they recognize that it's there and it's a positive and there's a benefit to them and there's a benefit to the community. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to expand our knowledge of it collectively on the department.
Two other questions. On Table 2, do you have information, data on how many of these complaints arose out of consensual stops?
Table 2, and let me point out, Tables 1 through 5, that data is based upon complaints that were taken during the quarter. So it's based upon intake. So the only information we have is what the limited information, and hopefully we've done a really thorough intake because that's what we've been teaching our supervisors. We first taught it on bias policing complaints, and then we've retaught it on the entire gamut of complaints that we take. But it's based upon the information that we have at our disposal at the beginning, which is considerably less perfect than the information that we have at our disposal at the end. So from the number of bias policing complaints that you asked about, 2 of them actually began as consensual encounters. Let me just double check my...
So 2 of the 28, essentially. Yes.
Again, based upon the information that we've been able to ascertain, 3 were consensual encounters. 2 of them turned into detentions. 1 actually became an identity theft arrest, and the other became an arrest for outstanding warrants and possession of a meth pipe. One of the 3 actually remained a consensual encounter and should have been labeled differently. It shouldn't have been in the ped stop category. So we learned from that as well.
Okay. And then on Table 6, am I correct that there were no allegations that were sustained over the period?
Well, it's correct that there were none sustained in 2015, in the first half of 2015, or 2014. There actually were 2 that were sustained, and it probably wasn't 2013. I think it was more like 2011 when the investigation that was conducted. But to explain, and we're going to go into it, we have an hour, I think, on your calendar later this afternoon where we'll explain more about the disciplinary process. We look at bias policing complaints as very serious. So if a bias policing complaint is sustained, and there have been only 2 over the course of since we've been doing bias policing complaints, and those 2 allegations were in the same complaint. Now, we view them serious. That officer was directed to a Board of Rights hearing. Per the city charter, if the chief of police desires to impose a penalty greater than a 22-day suspension on a sworn employee, the only option the chief has is to direct that employee to a Board of Rights hearing, which is comprised of 2 sworn members, the rank of captain or above, and a civilian hearing officer that comes from the Board of Police Commissioners hearing examiners. In that case, where that officer was directed to a Board of Rights, those 2 sustained bias policing allegations, the board ultimately found them not guilty of those 2 counts. So that's why you'll see 2 in 2013, because that's when we finally closed the investigation. You'll see 2 not guilty allegations. Now, in that case, they did also find the employee guilty of another count and recommended that he be terminated for that other count, which was filling out citations, putting false information in regards to race on traffic citations, which is like conducting a false police completing a false police report. And they recommended termination for that, and the officer was removed for that offense, but the 2 counts of sustained bias policing were ultimately recorded as not guilty.
Any other...
Just a comment. I just appreciate, Mr. President, your calling our attention to that chart, the last page, chart 6, and in particular the column that there are no, it's zeros for sustained and 0 for sustained no penalty. And it just seems to me that given the national discussion going on and given the whenever minority men, African American men, Latino men are surveyed, typically at least 40%, sometimes as high as 60 or 70%, report that they perceive that they had been the victim of racial profiling by a police officer. And for us to be at 0, it seems to me I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate you're taking it seriously. I just find it difficult to reconcile these numbers with what we know is happening and what the current national discussion is.
Well, I'll remind you, it's a national discussion, and I can't take responsibility for what occurs in other venues. And we review every one of these complaints thoroughly. If there is evidence that supports a sustained allegation, then we sustain it. These are difficult allegations to prove. We went to extraordinary lengths to prove the allegations that Stu brought up, insofar as that we surveyed the officer's entire work history for the past year, contacting everybody that he'd written a ticket to. So, we work very hard on these, but they're difficult cases. I don't think you'll find any law enforcement agencies that have a magic way to discern what's in an officer's mind when they develop their reasonable suspicion to make a stop. I think that's why we're so enthusiastic about the mediation aspect, because that gets to the root of the issue, and this year will, if the trend holds up, will be one of our lowest years for bias policing complaints.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, I think that's why the anti-bias training is so important. It's not that these things aren't happening; it's that they are just very difficult to prove. So the more emphasis we can put on training our officers, so this is happening less, the better. Any additional commissioner comments or any public speakers on this matter?
We have 4. We have Prentice Jenkins, Pete White, who's not here, Hamid Khan, and Ted Hayes.
Bias policing. We're talking about bias policing in the community, but what about bias policing amongst the police? There's bias amongst the police. Black cops, white cops against black cops, Latino cops against Asian cops. Cops fight all the time, What about Liger? Liger shot a white cop shot a black cop in the 1990s. No, he's not in jail. And then he made a statement that said, man, I could have shot a whole truckload. That's what he said. Chief, you want to investigate that guy? They said it was an accident, but then he makes a statement, I could have shot a whole truckload. You know what he meant? I could have shot a whole truckload of them nigger cops. That's what he meant. Yet he's not being investigated. Is there a time limit on murder? If there isn't, I suggest you investigate that guy, saying stuff like, I could have shot a whole truckload of them. And all you black cops should be afraid of that, because I know we still got friends on the force. You're talking about bias policing in the community. Zell Ford was profiled just walking down the street. You walk down the street. I walk down the street all the time. They don't mess with me because I come in here and I put it on tape. You see, Zell Ford couldn't do that, and he's dead. Why? Because he was just a black man walking down the street. He's just walking down the street, and they shot him, and he ended up dead. How do you walk down the street and you end up dead with a cop's bullet in your back? How is that possible? It happened to Zell Ford. He's laying in his grave right now. His mother wants to know. I continue to give you evidence as to what happened to Ezell Ford. It wasn't just because he was black. It was because he was black and his stereotype. You got to watch the gay officers in your rank and file.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Hamid Khan with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. I think, first of all, we need to take the spin and the garnishing off the language. Let's just call it racial profiling what it is. I mean, this whole bogus reterminology of bias policing doesn't really get to it very much at all. Secondly, looking at the report, I mean, obviously what the commander here is saying is that people are liars. We are a community of liars, and nothing can be sustained. Never mind that LAPD has killed the most amount of people of any police agency in the country just in 2015 already. And never mind that just constantly we are hearing these things. Going to the mediation program, I mean, my understanding is that it doesn't deal with complaints of physical abuse, racial insults, or other serious misconduct. But what's also interesting is that the officer participating in mediation in good faith, then the department's internal investigation into allegation is closed once that is done. So that's what our understanding is. So in essence, the due process is of very limiting nature as well. One of the things that came out of this report was that in the second quarter that the pedestrian stops have increased, where that the complaints stemming from pedestrian stops have increased, which is also in line with this new strategy that LAPD has deployed that directs cops to walk the street now. This whole bogus idea of community policing, that how we go out on the street. So I think it's again whether they are driving, whether they are walking, racial profiling is rampant. So we need to really get back to basics. I mean, this whole BS about bias policing, a softer, gentler thing. Let's cut through that, because it is directly racial profiling. People who are on the receiving end know it. People who are on the receiving end feel it. People who are on the receiving end experience it, and people who are on the receiving end are traumatized by that. So let's really get real about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ted Hayes, followed by Red Chief.
If and only if you members on the dais correctly use your microphones or your audio engineers enhances the volume, I'm going to ask for assistive listening device. You don't want to bring that material in here just for me. But anyway, I can't hear you. You're just too meek and mild when it comes to approaching this microphone. Now, unless we begin to debate these issues, the LAPD is going to be constantly a whipping boy. That's what happened on Sunday. You're not going to get an intelligent response from the black community about these issues. Now, you can connect the dots when I say there was a community that protested a brutal police department. So the police department withdrew. Mayhem and chaos and homicides went off the chart. Because the police went into the benign neglect mode. The police went into lead them to their own divisive modes because they were criticized, they were harmed, all the way from Washington, D.C. down. You can't pay attention to a community that says the reason we have these homicides is because we don't get our food stamps or SSI. It's a tape recording of what took place at that event on Sunday. I have a very difficult time because I live in the community and I see what's happening, and I don't know how to turn it around unless we can have an adequate open discussion, but that will never take place. The police were there, they took their lashes and whipping and left, but nothing worthwhile came of it. So what we need is an opportunity to have debates and discussions to and fro, yea and nay, on all of these issues about community police relations.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you again. The Red Chief is here. Well, you want to talk about policing and bias policing and all that kind of stuff. 70 times for working, for doing something that served the community. It's amazing how Susan Siegel came back and awarded me 18 valid arrests in federal court that was invalid by Los Angeles Police Department. Second time, they came back and validated another about 18. I think that's racial profiling at its best. After receiving $215,000 last year about this time, been arrested again about another 20 times, basically the same relations, 4215. And in this, none of it make any sense because I'm just working. So when you have to take time to put your police department on working people and racial profiling and jealousy, we get that, we get that. And this is why I have to hold the new president responsible, and being responsible is getting out, talking to the community. And when you talk to the community, you can solve a lot of crime. And that's called community-based policing, by working. Get the people back at the beach working. Stop racial profiling. It's not one group. It's all the African Americans. Get them back to work, and you have won my vote. If you can do that, you have won my vote. Just like when I come here, we had a meeting today. 70 times I've been arrested, but we had a meeting here because that's what I had on my mind. And that's what we did. And thank all of you guys for having a productive meeting. Sometimes less is best. Sometimes it's just best to walk out, do your thing, let them finish their anger, and come back.
Thank you for your comments.
And that is the last comment card on this item.
Okay, can I...
Racial profiling is somewhere in your town. Racial profiling is making a list. It's checking it twice. You want to know if you're black or you're white. Racial profiling is somewhere in your town. Racial profiling sees you when you're driving or walking down your block. So keep your hands up in the air so you don't accidentally get shot. Oh, you better watch out. You better not drive. You better not out. I'm telling you, racial profiling is somewhere in your town. Everybody, racial profiling is somewhere in your town. Thank you, folks. It really is. It's all over here. It's in the police department. It's in our neighborhoods. It's on that board. Racial profiling's on that board, folks. I mean, you look like you're diverse, but how are you when you're not on this board? When in person, do you really like each other, or do you just stand each other? Is that the way it is? I like this chief. I want this chief to stay, despite whatever everybody else says. I do want this chief to stay. I don't want this chief fired. So guess what? Somebody else can come along worse. This chief's doing something. I want to thank you for dealing with that helicopter problem. I ain't heard him in 4 days. And that's been since 2011. So maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I want to ask this question. How is racial profiling in the police department? There's a lot of cops in here. Do you like your coworkers? You like the color of their skin? Do you deal with them on a personal level, individual level, or on a racial level, ethnic level? That's something you guys have to deal with.
Thank you for your comments.
So we have this, all this disclosure and fine print. I think the issue here is that we can have all the good intent, but what is the impact of the different programs that LAPD engages in? I mean, one of the programs that we clearly indicated, and one of the previous speakers spoke to you about the letter that has been sent out, is the suspicious activity reporting program. Now, let me just give you how suspicious activity is defined, and some of you are lawyers as well. And it says that it's observed behavior reasonably indicative of pre-operational planning of terrorist and/or criminal activity. So somebody tried to explain to me, what does that really mean? You're observing somebody's behavior that reasonably indicates of pre-operational planning that somebody's thinking of doing something wrong. So this is what speculative policing is, and this is what hunch-based policing is. But when the Inspector General released the audit of the Suspicious Activity Reporting Program earlier this year, we saw the impact. It had all the fine print, it had all the disclosure in that about, people will not engage, all of this stuff that is listed in here. But that showed that in a city that has less than 10% black population, over 31% of these secret files and suspicious activity reports were opened up on African Americans. And in the gender count, and this is what go to the fusion centers, which are these major warehouses of information gathering. And in the gender count, 50% were black women. So you can talk about all day long, and we can have all the fine print, we can have everything that's written down, but the practice and impact is something different. And that's what I was saying earlier as well, that people on the receiving end of this completely see it differently. This ain't bias policing, this is direct racial profiling. So unless there is, again, a thorough investigation, unless there is public hearings, unless we hear from the other side that people who are on the receiving end, how they are experiencing it, we keep on going around in circles, and we have all this flowery language, which is fine and dandy, but the impact is really dramatic. So just pay heed to that.
Thank you for your comments.
No
Any more
other
comments?
No, sir.
I'd like a motion to approve the revisions to the Department Manual, Section 1/345, policy prohibiting bias policing.
Move approval of.
Do we have?
Sir, you have it on 5G. You wrote it for 5G.
Yes, you do.
I move approval of item 5.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to item 5G.
Okay, 5G, Department's report dated September 9th, 2015, relative to the Los Angeles Police Department's second quarterly risk management and harm reduction status report. And we have 3 comment cards.
You never know what item they're on.
Yeah, you do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the Commission.
What item is this?
My name is Mike Himes. I serve as the Department Risk Manager. With me is Captain Dominic Choi, the Commanding Officer of our Risk Management Division.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thank you. As you know, our overall strategy focuses on reducing physical, organizational, and financial harms in 4 specific areas: use of force, employee-involved traffic collisions, work-related injuries, and workplace conflict. In April, we presented an overview of our progress in implementing our strategy in some detail on workplace injuries. This afternoon, I would like to give you an overview of some of the steps we have taken since our last presentation. And after that, Captain Choi will cover the specific area of employee-involved traffic collisions. As you may recall, one of the key components to our strategy is placing a risk management coordinator in each of the 21 geographic areas. The risk management coordinator serves as a point of contact for our problem-solving teams and provides overall coordination at the divisional level for dealing with risk issues. We now have pilot risk management coordinators in 4 divisions and are doing a rolling implementation as we see what works and how to modify the next one. Those divisions currently include Rampart, North Hollywood, Hollenbeck, and Pacific Division. Ideally, we intend to increase the speed of the rollout as we learn what works, develop standardized reporting, and use existing personnel and realign duties. Some of what we're doing is heightening awareness in the organization of specific and general risk management issues. To that end, we're working with the Employee Relations Group to include risk management as an area of performance in our standard-based assessment, in other words, on the employee's annual evaluation. For example, in the risk management standard, the specific area of employee-involved TCs may be addressed by stating practices safe driving, wears seatbelt, understands or complies with pursuit policy. Another example for workplace conflict, it might be engages in respectful conduct in the workplace, understands and complies with the policy on discrimination and harassment. And then for supervisors, it might read recognizes and addresses conflict within the workplace and works to ensure a safe workplace to reduce injuries. In this matter, we'll probably need to consult with the League to make these modifications. However, I think setting risk management as a fundamental component in our expectations of performance increases the likelihood of long-lasting behavioral change. And that said, I think success of the department's strategy really rests upon employee awareness and behavior. To reach all of our stakeholders, our risk management divisions working on various efforts to communicate the harm reduction strategy to the department's 13,000 sworn and civilian employees. These include presentations and development of a website for additional information. Alongside this effort, there's a project to use patrol communication methods such as radio broadcasts and mobile digital communications to deliver safety messages and other harm reduction messaging. We're also working very closely with the Office of the City Attorney and with the newly appointed risk manager in that office to develop and coordinate processes and solutions, especially in the area of work-related injuries and workplace conflict. And again, we continue to use the liability management committees to identify problem areas and mitigate potential employment claims. When we talk about specific areas, as a brief update, Specifically, the harm reduction in the area use of force continues to be of the highest priority. And as you know and you've heard several times, the Chief of Police has communicated throughout the organization the importance of a fundamental reverence for life and ensured that preservation of life training was provided throughout the department. We have a rollout of body-worn video cameras as well as ongoing review of our tactics and tools in the use of force. To increase our options in field encounters, the department's currently ensuring a more widespread field deployment of tasers, and our risk management division is specifically working with training to recertify all field officers in the use of less lethal equipment.
If I could just interrupt, ask a couple questions about this use of force part. The last point you make about the department ensuring a more widespread field deployment of tasers, are you able to tell us that, what's actually happening with that, the timing of that? Is that something we would need to get from the department? What's really happening? I mean, I understand what this means, but
certainly
about the actual deployment of the taser.
Can I add to that before you answer?
Pardon me?
Because the tasers, a lot of times we hear that the officers don't have the tasers, left them in the car or this or that because they don't fit on their belts. And so an update as to where the new belts, where the tasers will actually.
I'm going to have Chief Moore talk to this. He may have more current information than Mike because he's been working on something for me for the past amount of time.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Good evening.
So, relative to the question,
Tuesday, I believe,
as to the deployment of tasers, we this year replaced all of our tasers with from what's called an X26 tune-out to an X26P. It's an improved model. It's Taser's latest tool for less lethal the deployment of the taser. 3,200 of them are in the field. The Police Foundation was generous in their support to provide us with holsters that can be worn on either side based on the offhand, weak hand of the officer involved. So those holsters each taser has a dedicated brand new holster for that. Those are currently out in the field, and as Mr. Himes indicated, operations is requiring the more pervasive deployment. The chief is very shortly going to be issuing direction that all field officers will carry the taser. The only thing holding us back on that was as we rolled out the 3,200 tasers, our experience with taser devices are like body-worn cameras. They're best assigned to the individual officers because the officers take care of them. And they'll ensure that safety and that no one wants to destroy or treat that haphazardly. When we check them out of the kit room, there's less of that. So when we deploy the 3,200 tasers, some commands, in an effort to get more ownership and more persistent deployment, assign them to individual officers. That tactic is standing in the way of us requiring all officers to carry them today. So what we're doing right now is we're pulling back those that were assigned in an effort to check out tasers as a regular part of your equipment, much as you do a shotgun. The aspect of this will improve over time because the department, as we increase body-worn camera penetration, we're accompanying with that a taser, so we will have more than enough tasers for everyone to have their own taser. A taser is a device that we see in the not-too-distant future being a regular part of equipment, much as a firearm or a body-worn camera. So, in short, there has been, on occasion, a report of someone saying that the holster I have won't fit or it won't work. We are smoking those out. There are feigned reasons why things aren't done sometimes, but we are confident that the brand new holsters, which was a substantial investment from the standard issue of what Taser would quote-unquote provide, is an improvement, and we need to overcome the institutional or cultural resistance to wearing these holsters. And the department at the same time has tested and approved the use of privately purchased holsters of a particular design, so that if there's an officer that has a particular style preference to actually put it on their waist or some other location, that they can purchase their own. As you might imagine, like everything else, people have their individual preferences. As long as these fall within acceptable tolerances, we provide for those individual differences.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have one other question while we're talking about the use of force. I notice in the report that you're able to quantify cost to the city in most of the other categories, maybe all of the other categories, but you've not done that in use of force, and I'm just interested in if there's a reason why or whether you'll be able to do that in a future report.
You know, I think the cost of our civil suits involving use of force was quantified in the original report on February 17, 2015. My recollection is it's somewhere around $33 million, but I would have to verify that for you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. And then another specific area that I want to give you a brief update on, and we will cover in more depth at our next quarterly report, is our area of workplace conflict and employee litigation. Well, we've identified that early supervisory intervention is probably one of our better ways to mitigate workplace conflict. And we have two basic solutions in that area. One is an enhancement of our ombuds program, where they continue to go out and speak to all the divisions and the bureaus to advise people of what the services are, and that they're a resource for supervisors if they have questions, if they anticipate or they see some type of conflict occurring. The second thing is the ombuds section is developing a more in-depth kind of a overview course for supervisors on how to intervene. But the most significant area that we're working on right now is we're working in partnership with the Strauss Institute of Dispute Resolution out of Pepperdine University School of Law to develop a 4-day course for our supervisors for conflict recognition, intervention, prevention, and resolution. That's where I think we can get some of the best mileage, instead of just calling somebody and asking them to handle it, but it's being able to recognize it in the first place and improve those employee relations. Earlier today, Professor Stephanie Bell was here with us, but she had to return back to Pepperdine. I was going to introduce her to you. We think the classes from Pepperdine may be start as early as December of this year. And then, as you recall, in our April report, we focused on work-related injuries.
I'm sorry, just back on the workplace conflict, yes. Where what you describe is impressive and positive. I understood you to say in your next report you would be talking about that issue more, because my question really is, there are a number of things here which are listed which are quite impressive. And I'm wondering about where we are on the implementation of those, whether you'll be able to report on that in the next quarter because they're about to be happening, or is it going to be a longer delay than that?
No, sir. In fact, unless you direct or prefer otherwise, our intention was to present it more in depth and detail on the workplace conflict, employee litigation issues at our next quarterly report. That was our intention.
That makes sense to me, and I maybe not being clear. The statement here is a very positive one and impressive. Most of it is about things that are beginning to happen or are being scheduled or are being developed. And I'm wondering if you have a projection for when we're likely to see implementation of those things.
Well, the ombuds are getting ready to roll out with their brief 2-hour course, or actually even sometimes shorter periods of time. We do anticipate, or we hope, that classes through the Pepperdine program, the 4-day classes, will begin as early as December. It's like anything in workplace conflict. Some of these things have festered for years. Right. So it's something that we have to work at, and we hope to see incremental advances as time goes on.
When you come back in the next report and you talk about this, we may see some more implementation than we're seeing here today.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Well, that's quite all right, sir. And then finally, the last time we talked very specifically about workplace injuries and injury prevention. In the meantime, both the chief and Chief Moore have stressed, command emphasis and accountability on numerous occasions regarding worker illness and injuries. And as you know, people tend to pay a little closer attention to what we count, which is one of the reasons why CompStat is such a useful tool. With that in mind, there's been an expanded CompStat profile for workplace injuries and absences, including looking at the source of IOD injuries, such as foot pursuits, uses of force, or other types of workplace incidents. There's also a pending interim budget request to add personnel to the medical liaison section to be able to engage in better accident investigation and you fully implement the department's illness and injury prevention program. The other thing we're doing is there's course content being developed for injury prevention, across the organization, as well as supervisory training to help identify work comp fraud. All of these initiatives that we're talking about involve coordination throughout the department and with our risk management division and our problem-solving teams. It's an ongoing collaboration which we believe will have positive results over time. Today I wanted to provide you with a general overview of some of our efforts and progress regarding reducing the harms to our organization and our community. As we did last month, we have a specific area which we would like to provide you with more detailed information. Captain Dominic Choi will discuss employee-involved traffic collisions at this time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to give you an overview of the detail of some of the stuff we've been doing and then open it up to questions. So, our problem-solving teams, what have we been doing? We looked at a lot of data. We looked at some external studies from California Department of Police Officers Standard of Training, Department of Health and Human Services, and the U.S. Department of Transportation for best practices. We've interviewed subject matter experts both internally and externally. We also looked at or spoke with behavioral sciences to determine if we need to focus on kind of mindset or decision-making change for our employees, not just putting in mechanical solutions or interventions. We talked to Las Vegas PD, CHP, LASD, also UPS and Toyota, since they have large fleets and they focus on safety. And then we got expert panels together and we developed potential interventions or solutions to prevent harms from occurring. So, doing all these things, what have we learned? So, over the last 3 years, calendar year ending 2014, we averaged as an organization about 937 employee-involved traffic collisions each year. That's about 2 traffic collisions per every 100,000 miles driven. We also noticed that consistently we're involved in more preventable traffic collisions than we are non-preventable traffic collisions. There's work to be done there, obviously. And then we focus on where are these collisions happening. We see, and it appears obvious because this is where most of our vehicles are, but 60% of all of our traffic collisions that occurred in the last 3 years occurred in patrol in black and white vehicles. The top primary collision factor that has an associated significant harm, physical, organizational, and financial, is unsafe speed. And then another component to contributing to our physical harms is noncompliance with seatbelt policies.
I just had a quick question on the unsafe speed. Are those? Do you have a breakdown of when someone's responding to a call versus they're just on patrol and they're traveling unsafely?
I do. So we had a total of 2,809 traffic collisions in those 3 years. We looked at the preventable traffic collisions, and we looked at 4 areas: traffic stops, radio calls, officer-initiated responses, and pursuits. And this is when officers are driving Code 3. And what we looked at, or what we discovered in those 3 years, is in pursuits and officer-initiated calls, when they're responding Code 3. So an officer responds to a backup and chooses to go Code 3, lights and sirens. When that, I guess, the adrenaline level is up, we are, a significant percentage of the time, and when they crash, the primary cause is unsafe speed. Then we looked at traffic stops was in this category because they do activate their license sirens when they do traffic stop, and that was.
Is it preventable because they didn't necessarily need to go Code 3?
No, if they weren't authorized to go Code 3, that would be a policy violation. But the officers initiate an activity and respond to either a backup call or an initial unit call, and they broadcast that they're going to respond Code 3 because they feel the need. Okay. Everyone knows they're going Code 3, knows the direction they're going and where they're coming from as part of the broadcast. But in those times, the heightened adrenaline or the heightened alertness, we have to put our finger on it better, but when they crash, more times than not, significantly more times than not, the primary contributing factor is unsafe speed.
So President Johnson's Sorry. His question, I think, begs another question. So the implication, I think, in your line of questioning was whether the rate of speed could have been reduced, or if that was the appropriate speed in which to address that call.
So when...
Or because if it's preventable, then the assumption is that they're going too fast. They could have gone slower in response to that call.
Yes, it would be the speed that was unsafe for the conditions at the time.
Okay.
That's
okay. Thank you.
That's ultimately the definition.
Thank you.
So yes, they were preventable. Unsafe speed is a primary collision factor. They were going too fast.
Okay.
And I find the percentage statistics very interesting. The 60% of the employee-involved traffic collisions involve patrol vehicles. I realize, first of all, I don't have any sense, maybe you do, but if you don't, maybe you can find out what department-wide, what proportion are the vehicles that departments driving black and white versus not, to get a sense of what this really means. Because at least for me, I would have expected that percentage to be higher. So, I mean, what you're saying is 40% of the employee-involved traffic collisions are not in black and white patrol vehicles. So I would find it helpful for you to compare the actual proportion of cars and get a sense of what's happening there. Maybe you've already done that. But.
I can tell you the request has been made for that information. We don't have that back yet, but we have a fleet of approximately 5,200 vehicles, which includes black and white vehicles being the majority. Then we have motorcycles, plain vehicles, dual purpose, and then we have our SUVs and trucks and other utility vehicles.
Thank you.
But I can have that breakout for you with those percentages, so it's more relevant.
Maybe a better question, because a lot of our vehicles get very little use. You know, so is miles traveled, and the black and whites travel. You know, a huge majority of our miles.
That's why, to me, 60% seems low, but I'm just based on what I would have guessed.
So maybe Dominic do it both ways. See if you can get miles traveled. Vartan will have miles traveled.
Yeah, I guess my point is, and it sounds like you've already thought about it, which is to the extent you can identify where the risks are in different kinds of cars, different kinds of situations, and that's all I was asking. It sounds like you'll be doing that.
Yes. And then one other perspective or point of perspective is we look at our 2809 and the vast majority of traffic collisions in these black and whites are very low speed, no injury or complaint of injury only. Back to my primary collision factor of unsafe speed, our number one collision factor is other improper driving, which is that slow speed, maybe on private property, bumping into something, going to get gas, where there is no significant harm related to that incident.
Right. Thank you. I'm impressed with how deep you've gotten into this data, and it seems like you're absolutely on the right track. I appreciate it.
Okay. Anything? I will get you that additional information.
Thank you. I do have one other question about the preventable traffic collisions. If I'm remembering right, not too long ago, but long enough ago, I believe that it was implemented, the department changed the point policy and essentially to try to get a better handle on this problem of preventable traffic collisions. In your report, which I think is a very good report, starting on page 4, the rest of the entire report is traffic collisions. And so it's the bulk of what you're talking about. And I guess my question then is, has the department created consequences for those officers involved in preventable traffic collisions when it's appropriate to do that? And can you talk about that, or is that something the department should talk about? Because it seems to me you're right on track on looking at the systems, figuring out how to fix the system part. It's not clear to me from the report that the officers are being held accountable, and I would be interested in understanding more about that.
Okay. Well, Special Order Number 12, December 17, 2014, changes our adjudication of traffic collisions slightly.
Right.
What it does, it adds another level 4, to traffic collisions where there's serious injury or death, and there's alcohol or some criminal activity involved. There's some other items in there as well. That will prompt the convening of the Executive Fleet Safety Committee. So if there's a preventable traffic collision that is presented before the Executive Fleet Safety Committee, there will be a personnel complaint initiated. That'll handle the discipline portion of it, but there's also a lot of other aspects to it. Directed training, talking in front of roll calls, learning about talking about experiences. There's a variety, I can't remember all of them, but there's a variety of other things in place as of December that has changed the way we handle preventable traffic collisions when you have serious injuries and other factors that come into play.
Thank you. I understand we're only partway through 15, and this was implemented in the end of 14. But when it's as soon as it's possible, where the data would make sense, I would be very interested in seeing that follow-up in the same level of detail that you're doing on this front end is how we're doing on the back end. And because I think that at the end of the day, that's going to be quite significant.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner. And part of our strategy is to benchmark and start measuring things as we start to implement things. And again, it's going to be incremental, but we will start to do that.
Thank you. And I just do want to see Mr. Alicante in the audience. I do think there's a lot in this report that we haven't seen before. I do think that you're on the right track. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you're helping us understand how you're getting into it and what you're going to be looking at going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So having said that, and since 2012, has our financial liabilities gone down, or what is it? Is it the same as it was when I came in? Because it was really high, and are we keeping track? Because I'm reading this, but maybe I'm not understanding. But I can't tell, who's keeping score.
I'll go into it.
All these changes. Right?
I'll go into in detail. What I can tell you is that our financial liability lies with very few incidents, but very significant incidents. So that's what we need to try and address as an organization, and that's what our strategy is also trying to address. And I'll get into the detailed numbers in a couple slides here. Okay. All right. Okay, so our physical harm. So if you're familiar with our strategy, we're focused on 3 harms, physical harm being number 1. We want to ensure that our employees and the community remain safe as much as we can. Also, our financial harms, that would be our lawsuits and payouts, and then our organizational harms. Is there harm to the department and the trust and with the community? So our physical harms related to employee-involved traffic collisions. Again, out of the 2008-09 traffic collisions, 73% of them had no injury. 15% resulted in injury to the employee, and 12% resulted in injury to a community member. And then distilling it down further, of that 12% of civilian injuries, 9 resulted in serious injuries or fatalities. So 2 fatalities and 9 serious injuries to the public. They were classified, 6 of those 9 being non-preventable, 3 being preventable. As far as employees being injured, 20 had serious injuries and 2 were fatalities. 16 of those were non-preventable and 6 of those were preventable. One interesting point here on the 6 preventables, 5 of those preventable traffic collisions, there were seatbelt violations. So that's another indication that we need to focus on that, where there's serious injury. And then moving on to your question, ma'am, financial harms. So we looked at all the closed lawsuits between 2012 and 14, because not to say necessarily they all occurred in that time period, but this is where we closed, settled, or paid out lawsuits. We paid out a total of $19.4 million in 3 years, and then instead of looking at all 195, we said, where's the material amount? And we looked at the top 20. It accounted for 87% of our payout, $16.9 million. And then we looked a little closer, and we saw that only 3 incidents, we paid out $13.2 million. Yeah. And this is where I talk about a very small number of incidents gives us a lot of liability, a lot of financial harm, and organizational harm as well, but also physical harm. So in those top 3 payouts, we had 2 that had serious injuries and 1 fatality, all to community members that were not involved in the enforcement activity that was being done. That's where our liability lies. And 2 of those incidents, unsafe speed was the primary collision factor, and 1 being failure to yield.
I have not a question, but a point on that. So you've got 1.5% of the lawsuits took 65% of the money, which you just pointed out. So, the question is, I mean, there's so few, and probably the circumstances are so just horrific and sad, but these 3 cases need to be taken apart and rebuilt and taken apart and rebuilt. So, because if we can keep 1 of them from happening or 2 of them from happening, it's such a big deal. So just the analysis of these 3 cases needs to be at a disproportion. I mean, maybe everything's analyzed all the way through, but good gosh. And 2 of them were preventable, too.
All 3 are preventable.
Oh, they were? Didn't say that here. Yeah. Okay.
And just so you know, we are tearing those 3 apart. They have been torn apart, and we are really doing an in-depth analysis. I don't want to discuss them because names and personnel issues.
No.
But we are.
If there's any common threads, who knows?
Well, unsafe speed, definitely.
Yeah.
But yes, we are. Okay, what are we doing about these things? So we want to continue command emphasis on employee awareness, supervisor oversight, on seatbelt use and safe driving at all the geographic areas, well, all the areas within the department. That's going to be, having the supervisors go out there, management by walking around, auditing the use of seatbelts, talking about safe driving and roll calls. This has been going on for the past few years. We want to continue that emphasis. That's one part of our messaging campaign. Also, develop an in-service emergency driver training course to address mindset and decision-making. Now, I did not say we were going to train people through EVOC, Emergency Vehicle Operations Course. Studies have shown that if we train people to drive fast safely, they're going to drive fast. So we're not going to do that. What we do want to use is simulators and driving software to address the mindset and the decision-making of our employees so they make better decisions, so when they decide to drive fast, it's necessary and the speed is still reasonable. We'd like to develop a series of videos, personal testimonies from officers that have been involved in serious traffic collisions, and show that on a regular basis to our patrol officers or our forces or our personnel where employees are being most involved in traffic collisions. We'd also like to reach out to Communications Division and develop a safety broadcast. This is still in discussion, but what we'd like to do is possibly at maybe 1 hour after the beginning of each roll call, have communications broadcast a safety message of the day, whether it's a seatbelt message or a driving safety message or workplace safety or morale, whatever it may be, but change it up. And again, this is all part of a messaging campaign where we're coming at it from different angles, so it's always on their minds. And I think that's going to be one of the most effective ways to change their mindset and change behavior. Also, Motor Transport Division is spearheading the pilot of telematics. I won't speak too much about it. I believe they're going to have a presentation, but it's similar to a black box where it collects a lot of data, and we could tell how our officers are driving, whether seatbelts being used or not, and there's a variety of beneficial data and tools available to the organization to help the employee and the employee to help themselves and self-recognition, those things, and I'll leave it at that. Would also like to implement, and I believe this is in progress through Emergency Operations Division, Traffic Coordination Section, is a slap on the wrist program. So 35% of our employee-involved traffic collisions involve pedestrians. And so what we want to do is do a goodwill community trust building campaign so what will happen is if there is a pedestrian violation and somebody gets stopped for it, we educate, we warn, and we give them a little slap on the wrist. It's a bracelet that wraps around, and it's a bright colored, and now we're building trust with the community, and we're also educating about pedestrian or vehicle code violations. And then lastly, a re-examination of seatbelt extenders. And I say re-examination because in 2013 a study was already done on the use of seatbelt extenders. There were some hurdles that needed to be overcome to use them effectively as an organization, and we're going to re-examine them to see if there's been any advances in technology or these hurdles that we had 2 years ago can be can be defeated now.
Aren't the car companies doing something about that? I mean, how can they just sit and do nothing about that? It's an issue nationwide.
Well, we're going to look at there's a purpose for those seatbelt extenders, and those were to fit the oversized individual. But when an average or a smaller stature person uses them, several issues, safety issues and otherwise, come about. So that's what we want to look into. Having said that, any questions?
Job.
So on the seatbelt issue, it does seem that there's a significant amount of injuries and financial harm that has come out of that. How are we incenting our officers to wear their seatbelts? Is there a series of escalating penalties that?
Well, we have a standing policy for department policy for seatbelt violations. So if you violate that policy, it's just like any other policy violation. The commanding officer will determine if it rises to the level of a complaint, personnel complaint, or if there's other behavior modifications that can be done less than a personnel complaint, and then that goes up the chain for review, just like any other policy violation would. I can tell you.
I imagine there's not a whole lot of complaints being filed for people not wearing their seatbelt.
Well, I don't know that I would say that. I don't want to speak for each command, but I will say there is a definite emphasis on the importance of seatbelts and consequences for not wearing those seatbelts. Now, I don't want to say that every non-compliance gets a face sheet. Let me give you an example. If you're backing the car out of a parking lot at the police station and you need to turn around to see, and you're not wearing your seatbelt and you hit something, does that warrant a personnel complaint, or can counseling or comment card handle that? That's up to the command. Now, if you're going, code 3 to a pursuit and you're 5 miles away, I can't see a reason not to be putting your seatbelt. There's some more severe consequences, and that command has a latitude to determine how they want to handle that situation. That's why my answer is such.
Got it. Any other comments or questions on this? Do I have a motion to approve?
Excuse me, Mr. President, we do have 4 comment cards.
Thank you.
We have Prentice Jenkins, Wayne Heimler, Tut Hayes, and Mr. Herman.
I'll just say that I really appreciate how much of a
Really well
priority
done.
risk management is clearly through all the work that you've done and the reports that we've received. Thank you.
In regards to that, I'd like the board to take a look at this.
Life support. Rialto police say their officer was responding to a call last night when he hit Camacho, who was running across the road with his brother-in-law. Camacho's mother says she is praying for a miracle.
That's one. Okay. 2. Here's another one.
This afternoon. It happened on Jamboree near the 73. His injuries are not life-threatening, and his deputy chief says the officer will be fine. No word on what caused him to crash. No other vehicles were involved.
Cops running into pedestrians. They have no sirens on, no lights. Cops running into trees. Why is that? Is it an accident? Maybe it was an accident. Or was the cop drunk? Was he high? Or was he trying to kill himself? We know cops kill themselves. We continue to talk about harm reduction. But you got to start with harm reduction when you get in where? In the police. And you have to start that in the police station. You can't let cops come out and get in cars, right, suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and give them a badge and a gun and tell them to go police the streets. If you do, guess what? That man, he could die. This cop had no lights on, no sirens on, and he just hit the gas. Because sometimes, guess what? Cops just like to hit the gas. That's what cops do. They just like to hit the gas sometimes. And they get bored, man. There's no crime going on. And then the other cop hits the tree. Cops, I'm never nervous around cops. Seems like cops are nervous around me. I deal with cops on a psychological level. I don't care what their uniform says or their badges. They're good and bad ones.
Thank you for your comments.
Sounds to me we got some cops that don't know how to drive. So when you have a poor driver, what do? Send them to a driving school. That's where they teach people how to drive a car. So they don't know to put a seatbelt on in their car? No, they just don't wear the seatbelt because they don't want to put on a seatbelt when they're riding in a cop car because they're a big shot cop. And pussies wear seatbelts. You know, that's why I got pulled over for a seatbelt ticket, because the cop on the motorcycle says, "Where's your seatbelt?" And then I put on my hood, and then he made it a fix-it ticket. See, that's what you have to do. I put on my hood, and he says, "Oh, you're one of us. Okay, I'm going to give you a correction ticket because you're one of us." You know, you go to the Klan meetings. I get it. Okay, bro. Now, if I was black, I'd be dead. I'd be in a coffin, you know. They'd be over in federal court, you know, settling my $19.4 million lawsuit. Another thing you don't do in your lying reports, how much did the city pay in outside counsel lawyer fees to defend these lawsuits? Because you guys are so fucking stupid. What you do with litigation is you actually litigate liability. You're so fucking stupid. You run over a guy and you contest liability. You go into court, admit liability, and litigate only damages. You would save 75% of the cost of the lawsuit, and probably half of this money could be settled. But what you do is you try to wait these people out till they're either dead, or their relatives are dead, or their relatives are lynched. And that's what you do with civil litigants against this department. It's sickening. It's disgusting. Send these guys back to drive.
Mr. Ted Hayes, followed by Mr. Herman.
Is this public comment?
No. It's G, 5G.
No. It was for the other one. You wouldn't let me talk on.
Okay. Mr. Herman.
A mask tells it all. Without wearing a seatbelt, lives do matter. But if you're on your cell phone without a seatbelt, yeah, you can cause a lot of harm, not specifically to yourself, but to the people in your area, other officers involved in a collision, simultaneously, incidentally, no. It's a matter of paying attention to how and when you wear a seatbelt. And that is the time that you get in that car, you put the seatbelt on. The same way you advise people under MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, is that if the key's in ignition and you have a beer can in the car, that means you're drinking. If the keys are out of the ignition and thrown on the floor and you have a beer in your hand, it's just simply an open container citation. So let's get our act together, gentlemen. We, the people who pay for you to protect us, ask you to wear your seatbelts when you're in that car with that motor running with the AC on while you're talking to your significant other, your loved one. Not your wife, but the significant loved one. Because my love is for the people, we the people. And we ask, as Mr. Jenkins brought out in his computer report with these incidents, along with the other comments by Mr. Spindler, Himmler, Schindler, Doctor, is that we demand that we no longer spend $19.4 million in litigation when that money can be used to serve our officers who need their raises now. Officers in rank need their raises now, Mayor Eric Garcetti, not later, not paying for $19.4 million in litigation. Right, Soboroff? It's funny, huh? But these officers in blue deserve their pay.
And we have no other cards on this item, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve item 5G?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, thank you. We're now on item number 6, public comment. We have 16 comment cards. The first five: Prentice Jenkins, Black Stouth Ramirez, Karen Hilfman, Jacqueline Richardson, Ruth Sarnoff, who's not here.
It's going to be a little show and tell today.
It's a somber gathering tonight for the family and friends of Cecilia O'Shea, comforting each other outside the home where this beloved Los Angeles County Sheriff deputy was killed by her firefighter husband. NBC4's Beverly White is outside the house now in La Cañada. Beverly?
Well, Chuck, the chalk outline on the driveway reads, "End of watch 9/6/15 for the deputy who was slain here last night. Her friends tell us they are focused on her orphaned son as they memorialize the woman who was murdered here at home." Heartbroken friends leaving tributes at the home on Crown Avenue, where last night LA Sheriff's detectives found one of their own had been murdered.
Crescenta Valley Station received the phone call of a woman.
That's all we need. How long have I been coming in here telling you firemen are crazy? Someone could have saved that woman. It's up to you guys to save her, not the firemen. They put out fires. Your job is to save her. This crazy psychotic killed one of yours. There's another one that had to kill a fireman in Kansas City because he tried to beat a cop to death, and the cop had to shoot him. I've been over and over telling you how psychotic firemen are. Investigate the Los Angeles Fire Department. You're going to get more deaths like this. It's going to happen again. One day, a fireman's going to come into one of the firehouses. He's going to shoot to death the other fireman. Mark my words. I told you that here. So you can replay that if you're videotaping. It's going to happen. I don't know which station it's going to happen in, but it's going to happen. I told people that they were going to crash a fire truck into my building. Well, I was half right. It wasn't my building, but they crashed a fire truck into a building in Monterey Park. 2 fire trucks ran into each other. Nobody knows why they did. They didn't do a blood test on them to see if they were on heroin. There's a heroin addiction in the fire department. I just wanted you to know that.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm here in support of Black Lives Matter this morning and the people who were not permitted to come back into the room. And I wanted to ask if there's any more information on the killing of Riddell Jones. Is there an investigation still underway, and have the police talked to the eyewitness yet? So I guess no answer to that question. Okay.
This is your opportunity to speak to the board because it's not on the agenda. They don't interact with you on this.
Okay. Well, it was public comment, so.
Right.
And then the other question I have, which I guess I won't get an answer to, too, is if there is going to be a coroner's report made public at some point. Another thing I wanted to ask about and urge is in the planning for the ongoing anti-bias training, in the life preservation training and the de-escalation training. I would like to urge that planning for these things at the very top strategic level include reaching out to and partnering with community groups like Black Lives Matter and like the Organization Against Police Spying, so that the top ranks of the police, the commission, can have some more person-to-person and in-depth conversation with the communities being affected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
This is a matter of principle. Thank you for bringing peace, civility, and freedom of speech to this forum. And to my Jewish friends and deceased ones, Lashana Tova. September 16th is Mexican Independence Day. We hear our Mexican president do el grito, the battle cry for justice, freedom, and liberty, while he rings the bell 3 times saying Viva Mexico. Well, I will celebrate Mexican American Independence Day battle cry for justice, liberty, freedom, privacy, and public safety by voting for my honorable jefe, Donald Trump. He has spit and fire, who genuinely loves and wants to restore America. Donald Trump would not put up with a gang mayhem, and he would reduce crimes in L.A. and America. And I would also thank the Honorable Governor Jan Brewer of Arizona, and Sheriff Joe Arpaio of Arizona, Pete Wilson, and Chief William Bratton. And I say, Viva the U.S. military. And we must, again, hire military veterans. We must hire military veterans and use their wonderful, vast experience and knowledge of warfare and combat, since we are in combat right now in Los Angeles. Again, we have a gang epidemic. And if God bless Donald Trump gets in, they are hasta la vista. Goodbye. Because no one is able to live around them. Again, your quality of life has diminished for all of us, including me, who was in the rain out all night long on Broadway between First and Temple. So that was a hard one. But you know what? I stand with pride, because to me, this is a matter of principle. I'm a hard-ass Mexican, and I'm not a butt kisser. And I don't bow down to anybody, nor do I pander to anybody. So I say, God bless my parents who taught me right from wrong, and I make no apologies to that. So God bless America, and God bless our pilots. Thank you.
Jacqueline Richardson.
There's a problem in the general community today. It's too many men have more than one wife. They have 3 wives. It's a problem because the man that has 3 wives won't live as long as one who has 1 wife. Another problem that it causes is that it causes continual hurts in the family. Another problem is that the wife generally isn't aware of the man having more than 1 wife because she doesn't see it. If she could see it, then she'd know how to handle the situation better. Is there a solution to this problem? Yes, it is. The most important room in the house in the past was the kitchen. The most important room in the house today is the kitchen. And in the future, the most important room in the house is the kitchen. One thing that the husband needs is his main meal. It doesn't have to be all meals, but the main meal that the wife can fix. As long as she fixes him a meal to help him get through whatever he needs to go through, that helps to stabilize him, and it helps to stabilize the marriage. 50% of the problem of the marriage can be stabilized and resolved by a wife fixing her husband that main meal. I'm not an expert on the subject, but I'd like to share the little bit that I know. The next time I come to share, I hope to share from the wife's point of view. As long as she fixes that meal and she doesn't criticize him or tell him what to do, that should work.
Thank you for your comment.
The next 5 speakers: Melina Abdullah, who's not present, Eddie Howard, Hamid Khan, Najee Ali, Mr. Herman, and Michael Williams.
I am Luciano Moore. Should not be in this room today. And the only reason why I'm here is that I would say that in America history, in the history of this United States, I'm living at my house over 30 years. And if anyone ever put my name on the TV and flash it that Luciano Moore wanted. Before you could snap your finger, you have a 3,000 calling. That I know that man, and I could tell you where he's at. So I have nothing to hide and nothing hiding from. I'm not a fugitive in the United States or in any nation on this planet. And because I've been so harassed for so many years now, and I'm waiting for it to die down, and it seems as if there's no end to it. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I handed Chief Beck my complaint. But I'm pretty sure Chief Beck has read this because I wrote him from March 3, 2004. And the point here is that why I'm here is that I realize that Chief Beck is just one arm of the system. I need to pass this letter to all the commission members and ask you kindly to go over it, because this is just a piece of the iceberg. I want you to set up a meeting that I could come to the meeting and be in a meeting with everybody, that I could explain my situation, what's happening to me.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. So please hand out everybody a copy, and they go to mail me. Please mail me a letter when there will be a meeting that I could come on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
It'll be a private meeting, sir, with everybody in the commission.
Next speaker, Eddie Howard, Hamid Khan, Najee Ali, Mr. Herman, and Michael Williams.
Hello, Hamid Khan with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. I just handed a set of letters from Black Lives Matter for the Commission and Charlie Beck, and it's also for Mr. T-Fank as well. And basically the letter is demanding that by September 22nd to release the names of the officers involved in the killing of Riddell Jones, and to release the official autopsy report of Riddell Jones as well. So please take that letter. And I'm just going to add a couple more things to my comments. That earlier during the meeting it was said about how LAPD is a trend-setting police department. And I think it is a trend-setting police department, because when you look at the number of people that it's already killed this year, it leads the nation. So it's setting a new trend as to how to kill more people every year. It's a trend-setting because it's one of the few departments that completely sabotages consent decrees. I mean, the federal consent decree was sabotaged when 90 out of 300 in-car video cameras were sabotaged. It's a trend-setting department because it misclassifies reports. That came out last year as well. So I think it's what we are trying to say is that constantly we are seeing this thing that is being brought to you, to this police commission, but now you have today taken a step to further silence us. You've taken a step to silence dissent. You have taken a step to criminalize dissent as well. It was not needed. I mean, it was not needed at all. The Brown Act covers everything. It was not needed. When you are seeing these disruptions, you're seeing these things where people are, and yeah, I mean, there's anger, but there's also frustration as well. One of the speakers previously said from one of my colleagues at Stop LAPD Spying Coalition that we have written extensive letters. We've provided evidence. Your own Inspector General has brought back. We've given you reports from the U.S. Senate. We've given you reports from the National Academy of Sciences. We've given you reports about the analysis of the Government Accountability Office of where things are going and how LAPD leads that, but it's constantly falling on deaf ears. So you can hide behind a wall of all these rules and regulations, but we're not going anywhere, and it's not going to be business as usual. So we're just kind of putting it out for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Whoa. It's unfortunate that Ms. Melina Abdullah of Black Lives Matter couldn't sit in today to hear the mere speech that does not constitute the actual disruption, simply because the U.S. Ninth Circuit ruling of 2010 that government officials must tolerate offensive and irritating speech and sometimes disrupt a little bit of the argument that they're contesting. It's not to be disruptive, but it's to get a point across, as many have done today. It does not mean that our constructive speech should be considered disruptive or a use of disrupting a meeting, but rather not even suit the needs of your needs to hear what our free speech is all about, the fundamental rights of our citizenship, Ms. Abdul. But neutral and reasonable protected speech should be protected. It's not a violation of the Constitution. I love the First Amendment right, and I respect my Fifth Amendment right. But in regards to 99% of the city ordinances that are not constitutional, it does not mean or respond by mistrust, nor should we reflect that KFI, again, KFI, we're requesting that debate with Herb Wesson and Mitch Englander and Joe Busciano, who believe that their disruption in harming our lives is not a matter of principle. They are a problem. They disrupt the harmony of what we, your constituents, demand and ask under our unity and sovereignty of the Brown Act. So respect that, please.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, Chief Beck, members of the commission and staff. My name is Najee Ali. I'm the political director of Reverend Al Sharpton's LA chapter of the National Action Network. I'm here today because I can remember over 20 plus years ago, the first police commission meeting I attended, Chief Gates was our chief, and my friend Millie Lomax sat on the police commission, and she fought Daryl Gates tooth and nail on behalf of South Central LA. And since then, after her departure from the commission, we had other African-American commissioners ranging from Deidre Hill, Raymond Fisher, T. Warren Jackson, David Cunningham, John Mack, and Paula Madison. Today is a very important and historic day for South LA. That's why I wanted to come personally to congratulate Commissioner Matt Johnson.
Thank you.
You have a very important and historical role. And last month, I was part of a meeting at City Hall with every major civil rights, community, and religious leader there at City Hall, there to endorse you and support you. We believe Mayor Garcetti made the right choice, and I have no doubt that you'll do a great job working with your fellow commissioners to help police reform in our city. In my closing, I also want to thank Chief Beck for your leadership. We go back years and years, so we commend you and support you as well. So we just look forward to working together collectively to make sure that LA is on the right track to continue police reform in our city. Thank you for my time.
Thank you for your comments.
The next four speakers, Red Chief Hunt, Wayne Heimler, Ted Hayes, Jamie Garcia, and I do have one card with no name on it, but so if you submitted a card.
Right, the hood is here again. Now, September the 9th, we had a Transportation Committee meeting at 3 o'clock, and went to that meeting, and there's a faggot over there, Mike Bonin. He thinks he's a councilman. Unfortunately, he was elected by somebody. And he had 14 speaker cards that were submitted at the meeting. Your sergeant at arms, which you send over there, and I continually tell you that you shouldn't do that, but you continue to police over there and act like thugs. The 14 cards disappeared. Nowhere to be found. But Mr. Bonin, on the record, acknowledged the fact that there were speaker cards submitted on all the items plus public comment, but he said they were, quote, incomplete, unquote, and then threw me and the other speaker out of the meeting because it was questioned. And your sergeant at arms enforced that rampant violation of the Brown Act and of the California Penal Code. So now you're destroying evidence. And then another little person, Paul Krikorian, who we call the GOAT, he erased an entire meeting of the Budget and Finance where it's just 17 minutes of dead air. Again, your cops in the room conducting security allowed that to happen. So under your watch, you're doing that. And then at the meetings, Herb Wesson Jr., your master, the slave owner that you belong to because he owned you as slaves, now at his meeting, every time you speak on a subject, he interrupts you that you're not on the topic. He gives you 2 of these phony warnings, and your sergeants at arms throw everybody out. Just like Friday, he threw everybody out. And Harmon. So now your cops, conflict of interest, violating the Brown Act, and enforcing the violations.
Thank you
Okay.
for your
The
comment.
2 final speakers, Ted Hayes and Jamie Garcia.
The Center of Disease Control points out that the highest rate of HIV/AIDS in America is among black females. Assemblywoman Holly Mitchell and congressional member Karen Bass had a meeting a month ago where they concluded that there should never be any more arrests for prosecution or prosecutions for prosecution on the theory that prostitutes are victims. This is the insanity that normal people have to cope with among the turn that the culture of the black community has given to politicians such as Holly Mitchell and Karen Bass, who said, do not prosecute prostitutes and do not arrest prostitutes. That's what the entire meeting came out being. And our schools, because black children are expelled and disciplined because they're unruly in class, they eliminated direct disobedience as a reason to be sent to the office or be expelled. So this made direct disobedience in the classroom no longer an offense. Now, there is a theory about subordination of the individual for the good of the group, and indeed the other children deserve to be educated while this disobedience is taking place. And then, of course, there's the other theory about the tyranny of the majority. That sometimes democracy isn't worthwhile as far as ethical and moral considerations are concerned. But what we're witnessing now is a culture of crime that's emerging in the black community that's going to bring us down even more.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name's Jamie Garcia. So I'm really just addressing Mr. Johnson, right? Matthew Johnson right now. I'm a registered nurse in Boyle Heights as well, and I know that before when you got confirmed, they were saying all major civil rights organizations were there, but I'm very proud to be a volunteer in a grassroots organization that works on the ground that's located in Skid Row, and I really feel that my opinion is also valid. So referring back to the letter, I just wanted to kind of quickly go through that letter with you. The first section of the letter is about racial profiling, about a counterterrorism policy that's being a part of domestic policing now called suspicious activity reporting. So what we're asking for a lot in this letter is looking at investigations and hearings. So to do something new in this commission would be to really push for more investigations, more hearings, which will lead to more transparency. So I urge you to look into the racial profiling trend that's happening in suspicious activity reporting. And building on that, when we talk about the militarization of policing, which another person in this audience was, asking for the more militarization of policing, that's already here. When we look at the massive architecture of surveillance, a lot of these programs are programs that have been used across sea and towards counterinsurgency programs that are now being used in the public. We have drones, we have automatic license plate readers, we have predictive policing. All these programs are the further militarization of our police force. We have the Urban Area Security Initiative that's adding more money to our police through federal dollars. And then lastly, again, urging to have a hearing on the sabotaging of the consent decree. We already wrote a letter to the Department of Justice, which they are now reviewing that. Those digital in-car video systems were possibly sabotaged while the consent decree was still in place in Los Angeles under on the LAPD. So again, to bring something new would to bring more investigations, more hearings, and more transparency. So I'm requesting that by Tuesday, September 29th, that we have a response to our letter from you.
Thank you for your comments.
There are no other public comment cards, but before we recess into closed session, we do have one card for 7A, Mr. Wayne Himmler.
So now we're talking about, the shootings, officer-involved shootings. I wonder why you have to have a closed session about it. Aren't you proud? I mean, you got to be proud. They got the guns. Guns are used to shoot people. And your cops are shooting somebody. At least they're making good use of the guns, right? So have it an open session. You, the new president. I said over in the other building when you were confirmed that they're going to bring a new Uncle Tom to the commission. You're fulfilling my prophecy because you're not having this in the open. Open the door and let it out. Talk about this in open session. You do not have to have a closed session item on this. What's going on here? What are you hiding behind those closed doors? The most important things you talk about are monetary issues and settlements. And you do not do it in the public view. You use the excuse under the Brown Act that it's an anticipatory litigation. That's bull. Bull. You're supposed to have this in open session. And you have to stop every time something you can hide from us, because this is the good part of the meeting. This is the juice. The situational conflict that occurred leading to the officer-involved shooting, the OIS. We want to see that. But you're going to go in there and you're going to hide. Then you're going to take your time. You're going to come back on and announce your action.
Well, we took a decision to instigate officer misconduct, and we recommend a punishment.
What the fuck is that? What happened? Maybe if we can see what happened, everybody else that wants to do it will take note not to do it, rather than cover it up.
There are no other comments. The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss item numbers 7A through 7D in accordance with Government Code 54957.
splice it onto the TV video. So,
Okay.
yeah, Maria, you said there will be recording as soon as they sit down, right?
As soon as we sit down.
As soon as we sit down.
Oh, we have to sit down?
Well, you don't have to, but-
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I never sit down for this part. I'm always standing.
The board has concluded its work in closed session. We are now back in open session. In closed session, item number 7A1 was discussed and the chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted. In closed session, item number 7A2 was discussed and the chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted. In closed session, item number 7A3 was discussed and the chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted. Excuse me. And in closed session, item number 7B was discussed and adjudicated. Item number 7C was discussed and adjudicated, and item number 7D was discussed and adjudicated. This concludes closed session. Mr. President, is there a motion for adjournment?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Hi, my name's Louie and I'm at Pan Pacific Park and you're watching LA City View 35. It's our city, it's our channel.
Can the massive water demands of a self-contained community be environmentally friendly?